play, has some technical difficulties, but we're here. We have a couple special guests. You have the co-host T3. He's with us as usual. He's saying what's up. And we have SR7 Exeter. He streams Street Fighter 4 pretty often, so definitely check him out. He's here to help us with Chun-Li, as well as USF4 Revival's WashedUp, very strong Chun-Li, also known as Looper. So definitely, you might have seen him online taking your points. But let's move over to what we're really here to do. Let's go to our browser. Let's look at our tier list here. Let me make sure our guests can see the tier list. Can you guys see my screen? Am I sharing my screen to you guys?
In Discord, no.
Okay, no, so let me get that screen up for you guys. Come on, Discord. Here we go. We're gonna share my OBS screen. Alright, that should be it for you guys. Boom. So this is our matchup tier list.
Okay,
this is it. This is what we did last time. We have 3 characters done. We're here for our 4th character. Let's just mint it. We're gonna officially add you to the tier list, into the pantheon of Street Fighter 4 contributors to the Ultimate Matchup tier list. I'm just gonna put Exeter and WashedUp. Okay, so horizontally we have all of our matchups created by the players themselves, and vertically we'll have other people's opinion about your character. So that's going to be interesting as well. We're going to be able to see what other people think, who's downplaying, who's not, who's overrated, who's underrated. We'll be able to see by the numbers. And then horizontally here, you have our total 220 is smack dab in the middle. And so far we have Adon flying in slightly above at 9 points above the average. We have who's this? We have Abel going below the average. Surprisingly, a lot of people have him like A tier. And then we have Blanca smack dab in the middle with some very polarizing matchups. So let's just let's jump right into it. Any easy matchups you guys want to just knock off?
I think a way we could start real quick.
Yeah, go for it.
Also, real quick, don't forget the timer, please.
Number
2, because our guest here just brought this up. They were wondering what Abel thought. The Abel players thought of the Chun matchup, which you can see here. They put it 4.5, 5.5. That was in Chun's favor. Let's see what these guys think of the Abel matchup.
I think it's 6-4 in Chun's favor.
Yeah, I would agree. I'm not going to be too harsh and say it's a 7-3.
Wow, that's strong.
Yeah,
it's very very bad for Abel. Like, whenever I'm talking to people about the matchup, I always say, think of all the options that Abel has, and then think of a character whose reversals and counters perfectly counter Abel, and that's Chun-Li. Like
he can't do command grabs on your wake up, and if he tries to do like the armored Rekka, if you're doing a meaty fierce punch in the legs, that breaks that, and even just her close stand medium overhead will break his armor. At best, it might trade, but he won't get the full combo off of it.
Why can't he do command grab on your wake up? What are you doing to counter that?
Bird kick, or even wake up Hizanshu.
Nice. Okay.
Or backdash.
Yep. Yeah. Backdash.
Her backdash is okay.
Yeah, I mean, she's got like that 4-frame EX legs as well, so you can use it like a DP. You can just dash forward EX legs.
Oh, nice.
Abels hate that. They hate that. And this is even before we've got started on the damage that Chun-Li deals to Abel when she hits him standing or crouching. In theory, if she hits him crouching, then he should be stunned. If she hits him standing, and even if she hasn't got meter, she builds enough meter just from a B&B to be able to extend the combo. You can do 99 on Abel pretty easily. And obviously, you hit him crouching; it's a crouching infinite anywhere on the screen.
Wow.
Chun can level 1 focus dash his step kick and punish him. So because she's got a 15 frame forward dash, she can actually focus through his step kick, whether he dashes afterwards or not, and hit crouching jab. So she can focus forward dash, hit crouching jab, and then go into stand medium punch straight into legs, and then she's just straight into legs then.
Wow.
Well, by that she could also do the shorts because they're 3-frame as well.
Yeah. Yes, she can. If you want an easier combo, she can just go into the shorts, into EX legs, into knockdown. And then Abel has a hard time on wake up versus Chun's safe jump game, just because of her options versus his options. Like as mentioned with the light kick Azanshu, with the EX legs, with the back dash, it's very hard for him.
Wow. Okay. No, I didn't know. I didn't know it was that bad. I mean, let's see. You guys keep discussing. So you guys said it was 6'4", not over 6'4".
Yeah.
You don't want to go 7, just strong enough, you'd say.
I think that there are situations where Abel can make it pretty bad for Chun-Li. So if he gets in and she's got no meter, and he knocks her down, and he gets in, because obviously a lot of Abel players are like kind of every matchup. Once Abel knocks you down, every matchup's in Abel's favor. She does have great tools, but sometimes without meter, if Abel knocks her down, and if the Abel player can kind of OS the step kick and follow Chun if she backdashes, then it can be difficult for Chun. And Abel does have some OSs to use on Chun's wake up to kind of stop things like kick Azanshu, that he can counter with kind of stand fierce. So it can be hard, Chun, if he gets in early. But even the footsies game, it is very difficult for him. He has to kind of like pretend to play footsies and then try and bypass with kind of like a well-timed dash or well-timed jump. Stand medium kick is punishable kind of on reaction. Chun stands heavy punch is really great against Abel. She can kind of anti-air him pretty easy. Like this matchup, I think, is this the matchup where Valmaster loses?
Oh no, I happen to just grab a bunch. So if he loses in this one, it's not intentional.
Yeah, so if you can see in this matchup, I think this is the one he loses. So this is a German, really good German Abel player, if I remember correctly. And what he's able to do in this matchup, able to demonstrate, is how to correctly deal with Chun's backdash with Abel. So you see him throw out the stand medium kick and then immediately dash afterwards as Chun dashes away, which is like an OS. So like in the matchup, he kind of completely shuts down Valmaster. Just by stopping him backdashing on wake up, which kind of, as a Chun-Li player, if somebody stops you backdashing straight away, it kind of puts the fear of God into you.
I could definitely see that. So yeah, no, the fact that this Abel was able to figure out Valmaster, if this is the footage you're talking about, definitely helps me, lean towards 6'4" as well. Like I'm sure there are scenarios, like you said, where you're just going to dominate, or if you have him towards the corner or something like that, you can just play some classic Street Fighter and hold him out. But yeah, no, I mean, T3, anything else to add? I mean, seems pretty solid.
The only thing I want to say is I don't think I've ever heard anybody I've never heard anybody talk about just dashing through the step kick, and that's like kind of mind blowing for me.
Yeah,
that's genius.
I tried it, but DJ's dash is too slow. I was using it with Abel to punish fireballs, but I never thought to go through like a button. You know what I mean? As somebody,
yeah.
I didn't think it would be fast enough, but Chun-Li is definitely fast with the dashes.
Yeah, with the dash.
Yeah, she can do that to a lot of buttons. Yep.
It's interesting.
Okay, so got an easy 6'4" there. Let's go back to our tier list here. What do we have? Any matchups that Chun-Li just dominates like pretty easily? Like any archetypes you think she just takes control of?
All the grapplers.
All the grapplers, no exception.
Nope, all of them.
Wow. So let's just go to Zangief. 6'4" Chun, or
I would say 7-3.
Okay, 7-3 on the Chun matchup.
My Geef experience isn't huge. I've not played any amazing Geefs.
I play Flo regularly, and he's really, really good. And the man had my soul for a while, but once I figured it out, I don't want to say Flo's free because he's anything but.
Yeah, no, he's an amazing player.
I've made it hell for him in our last 3 sets that we've played.
Yeah, no, I could definitely see that being an issue with the buttons and what we've seen throughout the years. There's only so much strength you can have as a player when the matchup is truly as lopsided as, I guess, Chun and Zangief is.
It really is. So one, the thing with Geef that gives Chun a hard time is she can't really jump at him unless it's a safe jump. Because Lariat just stuffs all of her jump ins. Every button that she jumps in with, Lariat stuffs it.
That makes sense.
Yeah, and I think with Chun, the standing heavy kick against grapplers is so good.
It is.
I mean,
it does discouraging to get hit by.
It does have a weakness. It does have a weakness though, is that it can be focus dashed and SPD.
Yeah.
Which is why I like to stand fierce punch instead, because a lot of grapplers will do that dash, but the fierce punch is faster. So as soon as they dash, I'm already jabbing into a jab combo to hit them with fierce punch.
Nice.
When I deal with a grappler that is looking for the focus to go through the heavy pokes, the long range heavy pokes, I will throw out a few stand medium punch EX legs just to stop them thinking that they can do it. I mean, Hugo has a great forward dash off the focus. But yeah, you're right. Like the long range in pokes, the thing with the Chun pokes is they come out very fast, but they come back very slow.
Yes.
So if you can focus through them, then you're almost guaranteed to punish, even as a grappler, who most grapplers do have a slow forward dash from the focus. But Hugo is really, really good at that. When I play characters like T-Hawk, Hugo, Zangief, it's like a competition for me to see how many times I can kick them in the head with stand because it hits from almost half screen away, and some of them even they can't crouch it, so it still hits them. So it's very difficult to get around. But yeah, you're right. You can. It's completely focus bait, as is the sweep as well. It's focus bait, but they're so long reaching.
Okay, so hold up. No, I got the wrong sound on.
Oh, we got Jaguar kicks.
No, not Jaguar kicks. Not Jaguar kicks at all. Let me fix that.
It's Chun's alternate costume.
Oh, we're definitely gonna talk about that match.
So right here, I wanted to switch over real quick because you guys were talking about it. Let's remove this. You guys talked about Hugo. I got Infectious here against Valmaster. I've never seen this, so let's take the edge browser out the way. And you were saying Hugo's forward dash, even his forward dash is still not enough. You're saying that the roundhouse and the heavy buttons are, because he's tall crouching as well, so I can see that being annoying. Even if he is on the way to a crouch, I could see that being, difficult for him to deal with.
She has buttons that deal with focus outside of stand medium punch EX leg. She has the back medium kick, which you need to be able to confirm, obviously, if you see the focus. She does have tools to deal with it. It's just it's difficult if you're flowcharting pokes, then Hugo will dash through them and punish you for it. But if you're looking for the focus, you can very easily punish it. I think Valmaster, all the times I've ever seen him fighting Infectious Hugo, he's managed to take the win. It's very difficult for Hugo. Like, I fought Infectious at hype spotting, and he crushed me. Wow. But even though he crushed me, I didn't feel I still felt like the matchup was in Chun's favor. He's just a better player. That
also just happens with Hugo. Sometimes you just get put in a blender and you just cannot get out.
Yeah, like his whole character design,
This is a really, really good Japanese Chun player.
Sorry.
If you can bring up the set between him and Valmaster, I think they played a 1-7.
I'll definitely find that. We can talk about that matchup next. Hold on. Let me.
Street Fighter alert. Even Bonchan lost to Hugo. That's true. Character's too good.
Yeah, and it's in tournament anything can happen. I would never feel like if I was facing a grappler in tournament, I'd feel pretty comfortable using Chun. Which grappler do you think she does best against, though? That's the question. Do you think she does equally well against all of them, or do you think she does better against a certain grappler?
I think she does better against Geef and Hugo.
Okay. I was going to say T-Hawk.
Well, I'm sitting there thinking about it. Before I ran that exhibition with Gohan, I just went into the lab and I had never really liked anything against Dog because I just never really had a reason to. But Gohan's his playstyle is just so reckless. I was like, what can I punish when he does this? And I don't know. Maybe he might even be the easiest grappler for Chun-Li to beat.
So,
yeah, I played Incog a few times, only online though.
I played a set against Incog, and he could tell you how well that went for him.
Yeah,
we played a 1st to 7, and I did beat him 7-1.
Yeah, match must be
10-0'd
garbage.
So it's not, but it's online, and you have to bear that in mind.
And it's also not for lack of skill. Incog is probably one of my favorite streamers right now playing.
He even said, he's like, and it was a great compliment for me. He's like, I felt like I was playing Valmaster. He's like, you just knew exactly where to stand and you weren't scared of anything I was doing. I was like, no, I wasn't. I was like, because Hawk can't jump in on Chun-Li for free. He just can't. Like, he can bait out a few anti-airs with the dive sometimes, but that's a huge risk. Because in that match, unlike other Chun-Lis, I use Ultra One.
As with grappler mentality, you have to. And it's grappler mentality. You have to jump at her at some point, just because of the risk reward.
Yeah.
And I think probably the most difficult to anti-air is probably Keith, because he's got all those different jumping buttons. Maybe like T-Hawks, I will never stay grounded when I'm anti-airing T-Hawk. Like if T-Hawk jumps at me, I will always try to air him. It's because I think correct me if I'm wrong, he's got one of the smallest kind of hitboxes, hurtboxes when he jumps at you.
Sometimes if you do like jump fierce punch, they just both miss.
Yeah. But with Geef, moves like his kind of jumping medium kick that just comes out so quickly, you've got to use a wider range of Chun's anti-airs against Geef.
Yeah, Crouch Fierce Punch is really good against Geef because you can do Crouch Fierce Punch to Fireball, and that keeps him in the block stun there. It's just a meaty Fireball setup.
Yeah, I need to use that more. I found that effective against Evil Ryu because when he jumps, the Crouch Fierce will catch a normal jump and then also catch the dive kick.
Okay, so let me just go over some of these numbers here, because you guys jumped around from a couple grapplers, which was great, because it definitely gives me a better picture of how she's handling them as a whole, even the little nuances per matchup. So, you're saying Hugo, is that 6-4 or is that 7-3?
I'd say 6-4.
6-4 on that one. And then on Hawk,
7-3.
7-3.
I mean, I would say that's 6-4 again, maybe 6.5.
6.5. And what keeps you from saying 7? What is it about that matchup that holds you back a little bit there?
I don't know. I just find it difficult to see any matchup in this game as bad as a 7-3.
Oh man, you gotta go listen to that Blanca episode then, because
they were convincing.
Yeah, they were definitely some compelling arguments on that one.
I mean, I could pick up Blanca and beat T-Hawk, so.
I think I tried the other day, and somebody said you can just use medium punch ball and medium punch up ball and just like react to everything and win.
Yeah, you can harass them and just literally just stand your ground. You have to really. I think that's one of those matchups you have to lose, and the T-Hawk doesn't really win.
Yeah.
What's going on, Mr. SNK? I see you, Lou, in the chat. Just a heads up, we got some people here. Our podcast is on Apple Music and Spotify. All of our previous episodes broken up into parts. Even the bonus footage, it's all there. So if you missed any episodes, you can check them out there. And then we also have them on YouTube if you want to watch them that way. So definitely give those a listen. So maybe 6.5, 7.
Yeah,
I'm thinking with 7-3.
You stick with 7. He's hard on the 7.
We can go for that. But I think that the grappler that I think Geef does maybe Geef does the best against Chun, but
He's also
when I
7
say-
though, so you have Hugo at
when
6.
I say he does the best, yeah, when I say he does the best, like none of them do very well against Chun, but
I think Geef has the best options against Chun.
yeah,
I could see that. That'd be, you know, he's gonna have a better time with the knockdowns, a better time walking forward, getting in, better buttons to counter poke with. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that for sure. Did we miss any grapplers? I think we missed Hakan. Yep.
I think we jumped to Hakan.
Did we? Yeah.
I've played.
How's that go?
I've played a bunch with Drew, Samurai Drew, who's like the original Hakan scientist. And I said to him after the matches, we played a bunch, and this was only online, and I said to him, I don't think that the matchup's in Hakan's favour. And he was, I agree, I don't think it is, because as soon as Chun can lock him down with loops, the actual time it takes Hakan to block what Chun's doing to him makes him lose oil. Yeah, it makes him lose oil. So she can lock him down with like true strings and block strings. Even if he has oil, he's forced to block. Once he's blocked the first hit, he's forced to block, and then he will lose oil. And even a lot of Hakans at kind of mid-range will look to kind of hold the focus and slide forward. Chun has a lot of tools to deal with that, like discussed before with the focus forward dash. She has stand medium punch EX legs, which completely blows up Hakan's approach when he's trying to kind of get him with focus.
Even just forward dash EX legs.
Yeah.
Back medium kick too.
Yeah, back medium kick as well. I think a lot of Hakans will say, you know, when he hasn't got oil, he's the worst character in the game. When he has got oil, he's the best character in the game.
Well, after spending many conversations with YOLO, that exact description of Hakan infuriates him.
I think he's a very he's an unoptimized character. I've not seen.
I can definitely agree with that.
What I would think would be a fully optimized Hakan. I think he's very complicated and so unique that he hasn't been truly optimized yet.
I just want to say real quick, sorry, quick aside, I really like how this layout looks, the multi-lobbies and stuff. Very nice.
Yeah.
I think I would say if I had to give it a number, I'd say 6-4 Chun's favor, but it's not the hardest 6-4 because if you have a good Hakan who can do oil parries and stuff, then it can be a challenge for Chun-Li. But if it's just an average Hakan player, that shit's free.
Okay. Yeah, so at the pinnacle of the game, he's gonna be able to go toe to toe. So looking at these rappers real quick though, let's just go over because you got Geef and Hawk at 7, and then you have Hugo and Hakan at 6.
Yep.
And that's fine. All right, cool. So if that's fine with you guys.
Yep.
What's going on, Killer Smurf? Thanks for checking it out.
Yeah, shout out to Smurf. What's up, guy? Local legend.
And then
actually, our guest for the Able episode.
Yep. And another thing is Hakan. His SPDs, like, they hit you from so much further away when he has oil. So you really want to play whiff punish game against Hakan. You don't want to be close to him at all. The only time
she does have an infinite against him in the corner though, crouching infinite. Well, semi-infinite, obviously, because you just combo him till he's stunned.
You have an infinite. I don't.
I always kind of, when I look at matchups, sometimes I judge my matchups purely on how many infinites she has. I'm like, oh, that's bad.
I just don't have that option because of my hand. Like I'm getting better, but you know, it's just taking a lot of time.
You know what? And I don't blame you for that mindset because there's certain matchups with DJ, for example, where if I can jump on you for free, it's automatically almost 6-4 in my mind. Like, yeah, you have no defense. Like, you can't deal with this the way everybody else does. So how is it not, you know, in my favor? Especially if it's something at a situation that's occurring frequently, you know, depending on the matchup. Oh, I kind of barely took that one there.
It's very hard, like when a character can be infinited like that, if he gets caught crouching, it almost changes. It changes the way that that player approaches the matchup in that character's sense. Like I can remember playing against Fei Long, and a lot of Fei Longs will not crouch deck versus my Chun. They will not. They will take the throw every single time because they know one crouch fierce will lead to stun.
So now we cover the grapplers. Now you got me wanting to go down to Fei Long. because you mentioned it. I did find a clip. There's some high level clip. I'm gonna pull it up in the background here while you guys discuss. Of I think I had Valmaster against Fudo on the playlist.
Okay,
Let me see if that's on here.
let's have a look.
But what do you guys think about the matchup overall? I think Fei Long is a little overrated. I do think that he is somebody who will fall down the tier list, or would have fallen down in time. But I could be wrong. That's just my opinion. I used to think he beat DJ7-3. I learned the matchup. It's even, in my opinion.
I
think
he's
Chun wins.
overhyped too. I think Chun wins too, but I think it's more like 5.5, 4.5.
Okay.
I would go 6-4 Chun.
Interesting.
She can punish Rekka on block.
Yep.
If she has meter.
That's critical.
He is a character that has to dominate the ground, and I just think that Chun's pokes are better than his.
Yeah, it's easy. It's also really easy to whiff punish his crouch fierce punch.
And what button are you using for that?
Actually, what am I using for it? I'm focusing dash through it and infiniting him.
Oh yeah, I've focused through it and I've done crouch fierce punch to legs and to ultra and stuff on him.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of like some of Chun's pokes. It's pretty quick to come out, slow to come back.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, like a lot of Fei Longs will do crouch medium punch, crouch heavy punch.
Yep.
On block. And as soon as you smell that block string, you're waiting for the crouch fierce.
Yeah, a lot of players will fall into some kind of flow chart.
The stand fierce also is very good, as demonstrated here. The stand fierce is pretty good. I do think Fei has some good options when he gets in. He can make good use of things like proximity option select, and he has some insane pressure if he gets Chun in the corner early. If you eat one Rekka from round start, his corner carry is so good, you're going to end up in the corner with Chun, and it's like the Abel scenario where you get knocked down with no meter with Chun, and you're in the corner versus Fei. You have to ride it out. It can be difficult. So like in this scenario here where like Fei's got Chun in the corner, it can be difficult. She can punish his overhead on block as well. His overhead's -4 on block, so she can punish that.
Wish Delphi had that.
Quick, yeah, you have to be pretty quick.
Oh, nice
I do
links.
think it's 6-4.
I mean, when she has super, Fei just cannot do anything.
Yeah.
2 frames, right? Or is it 1? I always forget.
2 frames.
2 frames.
2 frames.
Oh, there it is, right there.
She has a nice option select off of a forward throw where she does a safe jump, and you can safe jump with stand heavy kick. So if Fei Long tries to escape with backdash, he gets heavy kicked in the face. If he tries EX chicken wing, she does close heavy kick and knocks him out of that. And obviously if he tries DP, she'll block it because it's a safe jump. So that's a nice little kind of safe jump trick against Fei.
You know what? It seems like Valmaster is pretty in control here. Like, that was just a bad fireball. But until that point, he had the ground game pretty much set. Taking his time, chipping away, not making any major mistakes. But a fireball that close is always a risk.
Fei's the type of character that will just, if you don't take control, he will just frustrate you.
Yeah.
I don't mind being in the corner against Fei. Like I don't mind just sitting on down back against him.
If a Fei is playing it right, they're going to sit outside of your sweep range and will punish you with Rekkas.
Damn, 2 jabs missed on the Hazanshu. Yeah, it doesn't. It seems like Fudo's doing a lot of. He's got to move forward, and that's what Valmaster's been controlling. I don't think Fei Long. He's not too explosive either. He's gonna have to whittle you down, unless you're really making mistakes and he's getting like fierce into DP or something like that. But he's not gonna hit you that hard. So if you do get tagged, like just take your time, recover. Wow, is that 2 hits? Good.
Oh wow, that counter hit fireball. That was ridiculous.
Yeah. Big knee to the face.
How much hits them?
Sorry. So you guys were going back and forth. You didn't decide a number. I heard 5.5. Then I heard 6.
I could agree with 6-4.
I think looking at that against Fudo, he made Fudo look pretty regular.
And I'm
sure Fudo's experienced enough.
I would argue I don't think he's playing that matchup
okay.
as optimal as he could. I think Chun can turtle fail a little bit more, and cause Faye to make mistakes coming in.
Also, this is like Valmaster wasn't really like. I mean, he was discovered, right? Like, and he started blowing up the scene. But it's like, where could you get that level of Chun training from if not from him? You know, if you're Fei Long and these guys. I mean, Fei Long, Fudo and Mago and those guys.
I try to mimic my playstyle after Valmaster.
I mean, I can't blame you. The proof is there.
Absolutely.
Oh, and that's it right there.
There was
Just
a few
enough.
great Chuns around for people like Mago and Fudo. There was Vivi was around, but they were so different. The Chuns are so different, and even now, when you look at the play style of the Chuns from the Japanese arcades, they still play very different to how Valmaster played Chun. You know, in some instances, not as offensive. In some instances, more optimal. We're seeing stuff now with Chun-Li that she's actually more optimal than we thought she was, when it comes to kind of punishes and FADC combos, which you never used to see with Chun. You would never really see any kind of punishes into FADC.
No.
Because it was always thought of to kind of save the meter for things like EX Spinning Bird. But she gets kind of with like 350 plus off of 2 bars, and she'll build back like 1.7 bars actually doing the combo.
Yeah,
wow.
on block, she gets like half a bar.
Yeah,
That's insane. Alright, so we got 6-4 on Fei Long here. That was an easy one. You said grapplers. Any other archetypes that she just runs through? Anything else you want to just knock off the board? Like, I'm sure she beats Ryu 6-4, right? Or is that closer than I might think?
I think that's closer.
I think it's because Ryu's low forward gives her a lot of trouble.
Really?
So yeah, let's just cover the Shotos then. We could jump into the Shotos. So you said Ryu is closer to even, it seems, because that.
Yeah, I think that the Shotos, a lot of times with the Shotos, you can, with some characters, you can bracket the Shoto matchup. But with Chun, I think the matchups do vary with Shoto to Shoto. Like, they do vary in some instances quite a bit. So I would agree. I think Ryu is low forward. Is probably one of the best low forwards in the game. Like with 5 active frames, it makes it pretty hard for Chun in footsies. And also his crouch medium punch deals with Chun's stand medium punch quite well. And against any Shoto, you've got to be on point with your anti-airs with Chun. The risk reward is always in a Shoto's favour, jumping at Chun.
Let's see, I got a Kojiro. And I do have that mirror match queued up, so we can talk about the mirror match afterwards. Because I'm curious, because Ultra does matter in some of the mirror matches. But I'll save that tidbit after. So we're talking about Shotos right now. Let me see, I got this. I mean, just jumping into it here. It's first game is dead even.
So I think Ryu. What were we saying for Ryu? Saying like.
You said even, and then you were saying the other Shotos are different.
Yeah,
I would put Ryu as even, to be honest.
Yeah. But then I find Ken a little easier.
So
I think that Chun deals with Ken's jumpings better, and I feel like his kind of low forward, even though it's 4-frame startup, isn't
it's a little
as great.
stubbier. It's a little stubbier.
The step kick, Chun can deal with the step kick in the same way a lot of characters deal with it. You can kind of you can jab, you can use jabs, or you can space yourself and whiff punish it. Ken is a good character, but I just feel like I feel more comfortable in that matchup than I would against
Chun
Ryu.
takes away a lot of Ken's gimmicks. Like he cannot just jump Tatsu at Chun-Li. He just can't.
Yeah, she can down forward light kick.
She can down forward light kick. She can neutral stand medium kick. She can EX bird kick. Like EX bird kick is probably the worst option, but you can EX bird kick all of those jumping Tatsus.
It's like if I'm playing against a Ken and they jump in, And they do any kind of any button jumping. If we're not counting Ietsatsu here, if we're talking any button jumping, I know that Chun-Li's down forward light kick will beat all of them. Whereas if I'm fighting Ryu and he jumps in at me, if I'm going to use crouch and medium kick, I know that if he does jump in heavy punch, it beats it. So then I'm thinking, I should use stand medium kick. But then he can jump in at certain ranges where he can beat that as well. So I don't have that dilemma when I'm fighting Ken.
Well, I tend to just opt for the crouch medium punch against Ryu. Because Ryu can even sometimes, like, no setup at all, just do a raw jump in, fierce punch, and stuff bird kick.
That Ryu's crazy. Hold on, let me take this next. This reason. Oh my god, I want to be him. I don't want to be me anymore.
When Seth and I were playing the other day, something funny happened. I did a bird kick, and he just did a jump in. It wasn't a setup or anything, and he hit jab and landed behind the bird kick and stuffed the bird kick.
Oh my god, I wouldn't have thrown the ultra. I was like, the ultra's not gonna hit from there.
Wow.
But I'm also not a Ryu main. That was incredible. Okay, let me see if I can pull up some Ken there. I could see Ken being easier though, because up close you're gonna have some strength as well. He's not gonna be pressing forward and card throwing you for free. You're gonna be able to deter him with 3-frame buttons, good movement, and things like that. And then explaining the entire situation really paints a picture, because if he's not gonna be able to jump Tatsu and he's already struggling on the ground, what does that really leave him?
I mean, like, you could go back and watch my set against Six on Ghost stream, and Six usually beats me, but that day I had his number. Like, there was nothing he could do. He couldn't jump at me. He couldn't do anything. I took everything away from him.
I mean, the other Shotos. So Oni, I think she beats Oni 6-4.
Yeah, Oni's pretty free.
Evil Ryu, not as convincingly. I think Evil Ryu, because of the
damage.
Some horrendous damage, and his jump-ins. Even though I've mentioned about the crouch fierce, it's not 100% guaranteed you can anti-air with that. If he mixes the jump-ins with the dive kick, and the damage from a random counter hit crouch medium punch, like anywhere on the screen, crouch medium punch counter hit leads to 400 damage.
Yep.
If it's ridiculous, and just that, it means that you can't be as comfortable playing tippy tappy with Evil Ryu as you would be with kind of Oni, where he struggles at that distance where Chun excels at. Evil Ryu, his crouch and medium kick is easier to whiff punish. It's a lot easier in kind of frame count than Ryu's and Ken's.
Well, you can also just against Evil Ryu, you can throw out focus in the neutral and catch him doing that low forward a whole lot easier than you can Ryu.
Yeah, can you crumple him in between it as well?
Yes, you can.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's hold on. Let's backtrack real quick. I just want to make sure I got these numbers right. So you guys went to Ken, easier than Ryu. Is it 5.5 easier, or is it 6-4? Like, you're beating most Ken players unless they're of a certain caliber.
I'm beating most Ken players unless they're of a certain caliber.
I would say it's 6-4.
6-4. It sounds like 6-4. If you're gonna. Yeah, sounds like 6-4. And then you guys start talking about Oni and Evil Ryu, which is fine. We can stay there unless you have a number you want to throw down.
I think Oni's 6-4.
Yeah, Oni's 6-4. Yeah, Evil Ryu, I'd say maybe is 5.5.
I think of Evil Ryu. I mean, I think of Oni as maybe alternate Ken. You know what I mean? Like if you want to do more damage and still have a Ken style, card throw, step kick, and those type of things. But if you're already dominating that and his limbs are shorter, and some practical senses, I would say, it seems that he'd be 6'4" as well, same as Ken. And then
she punishes a lot of his stuff that she doesn't with Ken. So things like his forward fierce is just a clean Ultra 1 punish. She can also punish him. He's negative in a lot of scenarios where other Shotos would get away with things. So if he does like a max range block string into like low forward fireball, he's often as much as -8. So Chun can ultra that. She doesn't have to ultra in between the low forward and fireball. She can actually block the low forward fireball and then ultra. So that makes it a little bit difficult for him to pressure. The forward medium kick, like, it just isn't as good. She can bait a lot of his stuff. So if he's going to do block strings into slash, like mindless block strings into slash, she can focus backdash the back medium punch. If he does slash, he just gets a clean punish, like a clean like crouch fierce into leg loops.
Yeah, and even once she has ultra, she takes away one of his better footsie tools, which is the stand fierce punch, because that's ultra punishable on block.
And
what is her ultra startup?
7.
7.
And the hard punches is a -8, right? Something like that. 8 or 9.
-9.
Yeah. Oh, so you got a little window too.
Yeah, and the sweep as well. Only sweep. Although you don't see Oni's use sweep a lot, the sweep is punishable. She has a unblockable on him as well off of loops. So if she does 1 rep of loops into sweep, she can hold forward. As soon as you see her move, you do jump and medium kick, and he can't block that. If he blocks left, it hits right. Right, it hits left.
Wow.
And you can kind of loop it into itself, so you can just keep doing it over and over again, which is pretty broken.
I would assume is that a hard knockdown, or could they delay wake up that?
They can delay wake up it, yeah. So they can get out of it that way, and you don't really have time to react to the technical. So you just have to walk forward and then jump and hope.
It's kind of like getting the forward throw on Cammy and DiCapri.
Yeah. I mean, with that, you do get more time to react. Where you do the forward dash, if you see the technical, you can throw out the jab before you jump. But yeah, the Cammy DiCapri one is just very autopilot. Whereas the only one, you have to practice it a little bit. There is a gap between when you hit the sweep and when you walk forward.
Okay, so I got you said Oni was 6'4", and then we had Iveryu, you were saying is 5.5. Is that what you guys are leaning towards on that? Slight advantage Chun-Li?
I don't know. For me, just the damage that Iveryu dishes out, I think
keeps it close. Okay.
Keeps it more even.
I could see that. He's going to have a lot of practical footsie damage and conversions that the other Shotos are not. You know, the other Shotos, I mean, Oni can hit you hard in footsies, but the other Shotos are going to get you for maybe 200 or something, depending on how close.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, what's a jab to DP combo from Ken compared to an Evil Ryu combo?
Yeah, Evil Ryu confirmed.
Very true.
You know that's going to hit.
Very true.
What's going on, Blockbuster John? So I got this. This is Vivi, I believe. No, this is Valmaster's account versus Daigo. Is that it? Is that the one? Did I pull that up? No, this is Vivi versus Daigo.
Yeah, this is Vivi. Yeah,
Vivi. But this is like peak Daigo. This is just when Eva Ryu was so good. Even Daigo's like, all right, well, Ryu's dead. That was my favorite part of Street Fighter 4. Is like Eva Ryu was so good that Daigo's like, yeah, there's no turning back. Not even for fun. You know how like Nii will play like Heihachi or somebody who's like not that good in Tekken because the game's different. You can do those types of things. Daigo never went back to Ryu. There was no chance. It's like, you guys want me to win, or you guys want me to play Ryu?
It's very difficult as Chun-Li to pressure a Shoto because the risk reward. Certainly coming from I used to play Cammy and rush down is beneficial to her and she can make mistakes and get away with it. With Chun-Li, if you're gonna pressure a Shoto, the risk reward is not in her favor a lot of times. It's one of those matchups where if you knock a Shoto down, you just back off to a range where Chun-Li is optimal. So you back off to a stand medium punch range. You don't usually pressure a Shoto just because she really gets hurt by reversal DPs. She really does. So you have to play the matchup in that way, and it can be hard with Chun to play the matchup that way because she can deal a lot of damage. She can punish Shotos very hard.
Wow, what a DP by Daigo in the corner.
Yeah, like
very intelligent.
Even if you know the scariest Shotos to play are the ones that you know are gonna like raw DP on your wake up, because they are expecting you to press buttons or backdash. It's scary to fight as Chun, to know that they will do that.
That you're mortal again.
Yeah. it's like just play the game properly. Stop doing DPs on my wake up.
Yeah, do what I want you to do. The classic. Alright, so we got the Shotos covered, but you guys missed Akuma. Did not mention him. So what's the deal there?
Because we don't like him.
Oh, fair enough. I assumed. I didn't want to assume, but I assumed.
No, I use those to double. That's one of the many matchups I use those to double, actually.
Yeah, he's one of her worst matchups.
Yeah, I don't. Like, is there anywhere on the screen where Chun controls him? No.
No.
A resounding no. I got
so
LLL.MBR. Haven't seen that name in a long time. Versus Valmaster at the Red Fight District tournament. I'm gonna pull that up for you guys right now.
So, I believe these two are training partners.
Oh, okay.
Sparring
So
partners.
that automatically changes the matchup.
They played a lot together, and I think that Valmaster got the majority of his. I could be wrong. I think that he got the majority of his Akuma matchup experience from playing MBR. So he will know his tendencies.
Yeah, those are very specific punishes and sequences very early on. That was not normal at all.
Akuma just dominates so many ranges, and he's got so many ways to change his jump arc. So many good setups from the sweep knockdown.
Yep. She has no reliable anti-air against him.
No, you just have to get out of there. Like, focus backdash, regular backdash. You have to get out or challenge air to air, which is what he's doing pretty well.
Yeah, air to air is about the only way you're taking Akuma down. But even then, that's a risk, because if he does a fireball, you might trade, but you're getting knocked down.
She has
definitely better. Go ahead, sorry. I say better take the trade than just block it. Yeah.
Sometimes there is a lot of scenarios where Akuma knocks Chun down, where if he's putting me in a situation where I have to guess the empty low or the setup dive, I will do something like wake up as Anshu just so that I get hit airborne, so that I can get out of the situation and take as little damage as I can. I just don't want to be locked down by him, and he can lock anybody down really easily. He can put you in block stun.
Why did he? Oh my god! I can't believe he ulted that early. You can't blow your load like that, guys. You gotta.
There's 2 seconds left in the round.
Yeah, 2 seconds though.
He couldn't even alter. It would have ate the time, I think. If he caught, I think maybe he would have got a couple hits. But
yeah, I mean, Chun can ultra his sweep on block.
Yep.
Good.
I think that's one thing that should be changed universally. Sweep should be in the next Street Fighter. I mean, they did it in 5, but I hope that continues in 6. That sweeps are universally punishable.
They weren't, depending on the matchups in 5, they weren't universally punishable.
Well, they at least went to address some of them. I remember that early on when I was paying attention to the game. Oh,
like,
nice FADC.
I know for some of them, like if you didn't have meter, you couldn't punish. So, but we're not here to talk about that game.
No,
against the good Akuma, it's a real nightmare for me using Chun. His setups, he's got such a range of setups, such a range of jump arcs. The double fireball, you get caught by it, you just eat big damage. His wake up teleport as well, like outside of trying to kind of react to it and ultra one him, if he's running ultra really 2, far. If he's running ultra 2, there's always that risk that you're not going to catch him at the end of the teleport, and he's going to be able to ultra 2 you. If he's mixing up those options on wake up, kind of wake up jab, wake up backdash, wake up teleport, wake up DP, it's very hard for Chun to deal with. And it's like a normal Shota where you have to back off to a range where you feel comfortable with Chun, but there is no range against Akuma where
he can
I
hit you at
feel
any
like she's
range.
yeah.
This is already a completely different matchup than what I'm seeing from the other Shotos. Valmaster looks a lot more uncomfortable. He's been knocked down way more. I mean, that's just Akuma by design as well. But still, it definitely looks difficult.
It's one of the hardest matches in the game.
But Valmaster, I mean, I think it does pay off that they do know each other, because it's still very close, even though Valmaster doesn't look like how he looked in the other Shotos I pulled up. Oh, cost himself there.
So like against Akuma, like if he has Ultra and he's throwing fireballs at you full screen, if you don't Ultra him, like if you neutral jump, even full screen, you're eating a demon.
Wow. The jump is that high that he can just, oh yeah, it's done.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I was kind of trying to think of why that would work that way, but yeah, her floaty jump.
See, but at least she's not too bad. She has the jump roundhouse that it hits very low under her, so it helps compensate a little bit. But still really floaty. Like when I play Chun-Li, my scrub habit is jumping. Everybody has one scrub habit. It's something I always believe. Mine is jumping. I tried to play Chun-Li. I left the ground and I didn't know when I was coming back. I was like, man, this is should I go make a sandwich? I should put some popcorn in the microwave. Definitely, there no layovers.
Yeah, you need to forget that you have jump when you use Chun. The only time you can use it is after a throw, really, or after a sweep off of a solid knockdown.
Well, yeah, it's legs too. 4 frames.
Yeah, just forget that you have jump. Like, if they've got a fireball, you've got Hazanshu, or you've got the fastest forward dash in the game, and probably the best focus in the game. So, like, that's your way around fireballs. It is very difficult to get that jumping out of your head, and if somebody lets you jump in as well, it just cements that more that you want to jump with Chun.
It's a bad habit. Yeah. See right there, he should have ultraed that sweep.
Yeah.
That was really sick doing the stomps and then wall jumping off.
Yeah, getting out of there.
Yeah, that's cool.
Ooh, okay. He did bait the bird kick, but followed up with
situational awareness.
There was a set that he played in on French TV where he played against Halibal, who's probably the best German player, and he was using Akuma. And he ultraed the sweep as soon, like the first time he had ultra, the first time he blocked the sweep, he ultraed it. And pretty much after he did that, he was careful with the sweep for the rest of the set. You can't let Akuma just throw those sweeps out.
Yeah, I did that to an Akuma I was playing a couple weeks ago. And I did it to him 3 times in a row, and then he didn't sweep anymore anytime I had Ultra.
Yeah, and it's also worth mentioning that against Ryu's sweep, Chun-Li she's got loads of different options.
Negative 14? Yeah, you're having a field day.
Back medium kick into, full combo off the back medium kick for blocking Ryu's sweep.
Wow. Damn. MVR wanted to beat Valmaster so bad. I think he beat him 4 rounds straight, too.
Yeah. He's not happy about that.
Dejected. Hold that. It happens, though. So, what number you guys putting on this? You guys are going to go with a 6-4 in Akuma's favor, or is it slight?
I feel it's worse than that.
Worse than 4?
I would go 6-4. I mean, I just can't, I find it...
If it's worse than that, then any Joe Schmo who plays Akuma is going to be able to harass you.
Well, honestly, I find it worse than that, and that matchup.
It's not Poison.
That matchup is particular. I would rather fight Poison.
Really?
Really?
Crazy.
I don't know, man. I'm in the same boat though. I would rather fight Akuma than Poison. But Poison's my worst matchup. My character's worst matchup.
Akuma is part of the reason why I'm playing DiCaprio too.
Oh no, he said Stinger. I'm not dealing with any of that. All right, so we got a 4. I'm gonna leave it a 4. That seems pretty solid there. Like, I feel like from what I saw, Valmaster was able to fight a little bit. Oh, but we got it just auto played here. We got Valmaster versus Luffy. You guys want to cover that one real quick?
Well, these two play so much that this matchup, like, there is so much tech in this matchup. You only see it with these two because they play this matchup so much. I've watched them in many finals of tournaments, like, duke it out against each other. This is another sweep that Chun can punish with Ultra 1.
Yep.
I always run Ultra 1 in this matchup. Kind of block strings into drill or fireball, Chun can deal with pretty well. Chun can deal with the throw stand close medium kick mix up from Rose by option selecting crouch tech with crouch medium kick. So if Rose does the close medium kick, the crouch and medium kick actually goes under it.
Oh
So she can
man,
deal with that.
Yeah.
what? Okay, I thought he did crouch medium punch backdash and he caught it with the ultra.
No, he was trying to predict the drill there. Like,
Yeah,
I
that's
didn't
okay.
know this.
Cost him a super.
Someone told me the other day that when every time Rose absorbs a fireball, it powers up her super.
Yes, so let me tell you a story about that. So I was at the last Street Fighter 4 tournament in the US. Biggie had a Winter Brawl, I believe. It was in February, so I'm there. It's the only time I met Problem X. Shouts to Problem X, cool ass dude. Had a nice set with him down to the wire. And he was telling us about that. He's like, dude, I didn't know until he played Luffy, and he had like 5 to 10 like top guys around him at a setup, and he's showing us this stuff like with the frame data and the attack data on, and when she absorbs a fireball she gains mad meter, and I think her spirals end up doing more damage.
Wow.
Yeah, he did something where he just did a chunk on Seth and it was very noticeable, and he's like, if I would have knew that, he wouldn't have thrown so many fireballs against Luffy, you know, instead of trying to, you know, play the zoning game a little bit, try to mix it up, he wouldn't have done it at all. So once he showed me that, I was like, yeah, I'm done giving Rose free fireballs, thinking like, oh, I'm building meter too. Like, no, I'm setting myself up for a bruising.
Yeah.
And she has more damage on her regular drills as well.
Yes.
Wow.
And it gives her so much meter.
It's very noticeable.
It's
like
a big chunk.
Yeah.
Now, does it wear off at all in the match, or not until the next round?
that I don't. I think it just wears off on once you use it. I don't think it stores. Like
Yeah, I
once
think
you
it
use a
stays
spiral,
only.
it's gone.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
so it's only for that next special.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
But it was absolutely insane. Like the damage on Seth was noticeable. So, you know, when you're playing matchups, I'm sure you guys have played some tough, grueling matchups throughout your lifespan of playing Street Fighter 4. Like, if you're getting hit for extra 50, 60, even if it's once or twice a round, that makes a difference, you know?
It sure does.
So if he's getting hit by things like that, I'm just saying 50, 60 on the low end. It could have probably been more that he was taking from those absorbed fireballs from Rose. But yeah, sorry, back to you guys. So you're saying the tech on these guys on another level. I'm sure they've pushed this matchup in a place nobody ever thought. But where did it end up? You know, did you guys just end up dead even because they're that good, or is it something where there's an advantage? Oh, okay, it is 5-5.
I think it's 5-5.
If I had to place it in favor, I would give it slight advantage to Chun.
Yeah, if I had
I could see that with the output on damage and the super, and just the utility is just there.
The super and the things that she can hit with Ultra that
she doesn't get a lot of damage on Rose. She would only get 1 rep on Rose.
Oh, must be nice.
Which is strange. Yeah, she only gets 1 rep into kind of crouch fierce, medium kick, spinning bird kick. She can OS Rose's backdash pretty easily.
Yeah.
With a sweep. So Rose
sweep or Ultra.
She can't kind of autopilot the backdash. Whereas Chun can get away from Rose a little easier than Rose can get away from Chun. If I fight a Rose, I'll try and like rush the Rose down with Chun.
Yeah, because even with meter, Rose is not scary on Wake Up.
I think she's overrated. I put her and Fei Long in the same category of characters that I think are maybe easy to play and easily rewarded, but I think are really not that good. Oh my god, Valmaster's that good.
Because like, yeah, she's got EX Soul Spiral, but that shit's throwable.
Yeah, I mean, my strategy is to just let her drag herself to the corner, lose the real estate. And then what is she gonna do? Like
that particular ultra's in my video where he dashes forward after the bird kick.
Oh my god, that was so sick. Oh, nice whiff punish there by Luffy. All right, so slight advantage. So, are there any Roses that you guys have played that have made you like, all right, besides seeing it from Valmaster and these guys at this level, like when you guys play it, because you guys are high level players yourselves, are there any Roses that make you feel like maybe it's more even than 5.5?
Well, I thought that whenever I played my exhibition against Gamer and ended up losing, but come to find out, I was playing on a busted JLF. So I got a new stick, After that, and for the last set, he didn't. I think he took one round with me with Rose because I went to the lab and then I just kind of went in and stand medium punch from Chun-Li. That is the anti-Rose button.
Interesting. Because Rose is usually really good at controlling that horizontal space, and nice options like there by Valmaster. Another one.
Yeah, that stand medium punch is stuff so much of Rose's stuff.
I'm always happy when I see a Rose because I get to play Chun the way I like playing Chun, which is pretty much on the offense, pushing the character to the corner and doing my thing. That's the matchup allows me to play Chun the way I want to play Chun.
I hear you.
And in that sense, I never there isn't a Rose that I would ever feel like I couldn't deal with in that matchup. Just the jump-ins, Rose jump-ins, like Chun's stand medium kick, and Rose. I think Chun's pokes are on par with Rose's pokes. Like they're very similar. Like Rose has crouch medium punch, Chun has stand medium punch.
Yeah,
and
with
you're right.
Every Rose, without fail, they push one crouch Chun. There's a second one coming.
Just throw the button in between it and get the counter hit.
Well, you can't just throw a regular button.
What are you throwing as Chun?
With Chun-Li, I'm doing Huzanshu after that first crouch Chun.
And it'll whiff punish it, or do they have a chance to block?
No, it will whiff punish as soon as they throw the second when they get hit.
Wow.
It's the Rose crouch medium punch. Like I was saying before, it's on par with Gen crouch medium punch in the frame count. It's one of those buttons that on its own is very difficult to whiff punish on reaction. You're making a read that the Rose will press it and then press another button after to punish your attempted whiff punish button. That's what the Rose is doing. Hence why you see them go crouch medium punch, because they're punishing your whiff punish button. But yes, if you use Huzanshu, then you're going to counter that.
Okay, so it definitely sounds like I'm leaning towards 5.5, but you guys are the experts. What are you guys seeing? Is it 5? Is it 5.5?
If I gave an edge, it would be a slight edge to Chun.
If so, maybe it is even. Maybe it is even.
Yeah, because like a good Rose player will make your life difficult.
Okay, got you. So let me add that to our chart here. If we can not freeze up here. Here we go. We got a 5 here, and then right here. I mean, this just came up in the playlist. I figured why not talk about it. I think this is another overrated character. We're just going on FREEJ's overrated tour. Hold on.
Are we talking about Rolento?
Oh yeah, you already know how I feel about that, man.
I already know.
You already know. I think Rolento is one of the most overrated characters in the game. Great offense. I'm not gonna sit here and shit on the character because that's foolish, right? But his offense is great. His defense is so fraudulent. So if you can get certain types of knockdowns and be able to stay close, what does he really have?
Nothing.
Is nothing. He's tricky, but he's beating more likely the player than he is beating characters, in my opinion. So let's pull up that. We got Valmaster versus Dogura. Not the premier Rolento, but still very strong player. Multiple games. So how does Chun-Li perform? I could see her doing very well against him.
So I got a good chunk of my experience against Rolento against Royal Mist at my locals, and until I learned how to deal with it, it was just kind of like I had no clue how to approach the character. So he was just winning basically for free every grand finals, and then once I learned how to take Rolento's bullshit away, I forced characters swaps on him. So
yeah, hold on, sorry, does this roundhouse always whiff on Chun-Li, or is it because he got a light kick out?
He does not typically, like that's one of the B&Bs that whiffs on Chun-Li when she's crouching.
Got it.
Yeah, there are a few. Like, so when Akuma jumps in, if Chun's crouching and Akuma hits Chun with close fierce, if he cancels into heavy fireball, it whiffs over Chun's head.
Whoa.
So he has to cancel into a different fireball.
If it cancels into fireball, it whiffs?
Heavy fireball. I would not have guessed that. I would lose in tournament and I would just be at the bar afterwards like, what happened?
Yeah, it's the way that it's the reeling animation that Chun, when she gets hit crouching, like the reeling animation causes her hurt box to lower, so the fireball goes over. But in certain other matchups, people use it to their advantage. So Cammy can actually land a crouch fierce on Chun that hits meaty. She can combo it into Ultra 1 because of the reeling hurt box of Chun. So yeah, the Relento thing. So Chun's got great punishes to a lot of Relento stuff. He cannot do the EX Delta roll on her if she's got meter. She can punish it with EX legs on block. And he does get away with that against a lot of characters, because I believe it's -5, -4.
Yeah, it's pretty free against most people, yeah.
Yeah, he can't do that against Chun with meter. She can EX legs him into Ultra 2.
And then if she's using Ultra 1 and he does the normal one, that's a free Ultra. It's just like getting hit with a Blanca ball.
Yep, so you can regular Ultra the normal one. There's the OS that you can use against the roll, where you hold back, and when the roll comes towards you, you kind of press throw. If you're late, then you block the roll and you can punish it. If you throw at the right time, you can throw him out of the roll. That's a kind of universal OS against the roll. But Chun's got some great low pokes that can poke him out of the roll.
Crouch Strong is really good for that.
Yeah, you saw that at the end of this round.
Range, and you know that his heavy roll is only going 3/4 of screen. You can kind of see it and then punish with things like back medium kick, crouch medium punch. Sweep even works. But yeah, a good Relento obviously won't be doing that.
And what Ultra should Relento be using? Because I'm seeing that Dogura had a couple of chances. If he would have picked Ultra 1, he could have actually closed out a couple of rounds. And second,
I would go with 1.
You'd go with 1? Okay.
Yeah. Just for the anti-fireball for 2? Like, I would go with 1.
Yeah. Ultra 2, his Ultra 2 is 7 frames, the same as Chun's Ultra 1. And he can combo it off, I believe, counter hit, stand heavy kick. And it does deal with her fireballs, so it pretty much shuts down Chun's fireball game.
This is a match where one of the few matches I like to use Ultra Double.
I just think Relento, there's so many universal options that you can use on its wake up. Because you're talking about I think you said back medium you're using as a technical option select, and I was like, you didn't even have to go that deep, and it just makes it that much better for Chun-Li, because you can set up something that you know is ironclad. But even so, even without it, you can just jab weight, and the guy's just fish out of water. Oh no, did he really FADC that? Damn, Dogura, hold that. So it sounds like there's a lot in Chun's favor. Are there any situations where you're worried? Does EX Bird Kick deal with some of the roll mix-ups, the overhead mix-ups and things like that?
The overhead mix-ups, I will use jump back heavy kick. I will just get out of there.
Yeah, I try to get away from him. I don't want to be close to him.
Because of course he can cross up with the EX.
Okay.
The one that's punishable on block. That can cross up from kind of, and if you ask the Relento player will be like, oh, I didn't know it was going to cross up. You know, like El Fuertes that cross up all the time. They don't know the setup.
I mean, do they have to know? They don't have to know.
No, they don't have to know. It's like, congratulations for spending all that time in training mode learning to make that cross up. And they're like, oh no, I didn't mean to do it. It just crossed up. That happens with Relento. So it can cross up. So if I see kind of the EX back roll, then I'll be kind of preparing for a jump back heavy kick. Against regular Relento jump-ins, it's quite difficult for Chun to anti-air if she's going to use a normal. I found that down forward light kick does pretty well. Or you can kind of just get out of there with jump back heavy kick. He's got some very good jump-ins, regular jump-ins, like jumping fierce.
Well, his jump in medium punch is really difficult to deal with.
Yeah.
You can't focus against Relento because it hits what 3 times.
Yeah, as with
real
most of the Ultra characters, you can't focus against, can you? It's certain death.
Yeah. For me personally, when I'm against Relento, I try to get a little closer to him when I know he's going to jump, so I can just meet him in the air and just do neutral jump heavy kick, or even neutral jump target combo, so I can ultra into that.
Okay, so they had. I'm trying to find another Rolento clip, but they had Infiltration Rolento as the title, but it's actually Infiltration playing DiCaprio the whole time against Val Masters Chun-Li in Grand Finals of Sonic Boom 15. But I do want to finish capping off Rolentos. So,
I think,
what do you guys think
there's a
in
good
terms
match
of number?
there's a good match between Val and Reinhardt. I think where Reinhardt uses Rolento.
Interesting.
I think it's 6-4 Chun.
I agree.
I think that she knockdown, as you've already mentioned, is terrible. Even with meter. There's another character that can press a lot of buttons when Chun gets knocked down with no meter. But his defense is terrible, and he's what I would bracket as a kind of gimmicky character in that way. Yeah, I think he's one of the weakest Ultra characters. But you're right when you say that you lose to the player. With Rolento, you do a lot of the time.
Absolutely.
I did play a set against Ghost on stream against his Rolento.
How'd that go?
That's like his fourth character, so can't really take that. He plays like
He's so proficient though. He's so good with several characters.
And he likes buttons. If you like buttons, you use Rolento, yeah.
That's why I play Rolento.
I was gonna say that's
Like,
exactly why TV does
it.
That's it. One of these gonna touch you, and I'm gonna do something afterwards. So let's see. We covered that. I do want to keep moving. Blockbuster John's in here. Let's just piss him off. Let's go with Adon versus Chun-Li. What do you guys think? Or he was in here.
Adon wins that.
Adon wins.
What did they say in the Adon episode? Can you pull up the
Adon episode? It's sorry. Let me pull that up so you guys can see it as well. We're here. So Adon, they have Adon. They have it even.
I think it's even.
I disagree. I think Adon wins. Not like so bad that she can't win. I think he wins.
So what I hear from that kind of statement is, right, like one of my qualifiers for matchups is if somebody can do their basic things and it's a little annoying for your character, then it might not be a match in your favor. You know what I mean? It might be something that's at least a half step away from neutral. You know,
she really just can't deal with the Jaguar kicks.
Even with all the anti-air buttons she has, is it because of the spacing? Is it or what? Does she have no consistent answers?
I have not found a reliable way beyond forward dashing to make it whiff.
And
And
no sweep,
right.
no medium kick.
If I can stay out of the range of it, yes, sweep is great, medium kick's great, but it's so hard to react to.
So against Adon, I will. Admittedly, I haven't played an Adon player as good as Blockbuster John. We don't have one over here at the moment. And I will. Obviously, I'll throw out a lot of neutral jumps in when I'm playing neutral. I will completely forget that I've got a fireball as Chun, because if you start fireballing, you're just asking to get Jaguar kicked. So I will try to forget the fact that I've got a fireball. I'll wiggle around in footsies and I'll throw in the odd neutral jump if I expect a Jaguar kick. She can deal with his stand heavy kick with her own stand heavy kick at a certain range. His crouch and medium punch is very good. But she also has tools to deal with that. She gets an automatic safe jump off of EX legs knockdown. So EX legs hold up forward, automatic safe jump against all his DPs. She gets 2 reps into legs.
No, that Hazanshu didn't work. Wow, sorry. I'm absorbing this matchup right now. I'm listening, but I can't believe the second bird kick didn't work.
The bird kick's the worst move in the game.
Yeah, I mean, she can.
I don't know about that.
The wall kick. She can use. She's got a load of buttons to use against the wall kick. But good add-ons don't use that unless it's a setup, and they'll try and cross up wall kick, or they might use it as a kind of setup in the corner to combo into Ultra. I'm pretty sure he has some pretty juicy character-specific combos on Chun. He has that against everyone, yeah.
Any loops on him, or he's on the slimmer side?
So she gets 2 reps. Meterless, she'll get 2 reps into crouch fierce, medium kick, spinning bird. You're looking at about just over 310, 320. I've got it written down actually. Sad as that is, I have it written down.
No, I mean that helps us. We need the facts.
She can do 2.5 reps into FADC, stand medium punch heavy kick legs into 2 more reps for like 370.
It's a lot of meter though.
She builds back 1.7 though, so you can turtle it and sit on EX spinning bird and try and react to stuff, but Adon is a character who's just going to be jumping, and he can alter his jump arc, and anybody that can alter their jump arc is a problem for Chun-Li. And he's probably the one that can do it the most. It is risky to focus against him because he's got so many focus breakers.
Yeah, his freaking heavy kick is ridiculous.
Yep, you've got to watch out for the crouch fierce red focus when he has meter. His Ultra 1 is ridiculously fast. I think is it 7 frames? His Ultra 1?
Is it? No way! It can't be that fast.
Oh, we could check real quick.
Hold on.
It might be a little slower, but it's a very, very good.
Anti-fireball.
If you forget the fact that you have to forget.
Oh no, his Ultra 1 is actually really slow.
How many is it?
12.
It covers some good horizontal distance for 12 though.
It seems faster. Maybe
Ultra 1's 12, Ultra 2 is 10.
I'm getting ultra by that far too much when I play against Adon and forget that I should be forgetting to throw fireballs. There are a few matchups with Chun where you have to forget you have a fireball, because if you start throwing fireballs in a zoning kind of way, characters like Adon would tear you apart for it.
I could see that. You don't want to be zoning too hard, especially with his options against the fireball, especially for predictable.
Yeah.
It's funny to hear that Chun has this problem where I feel like DJ doesn't. So it's interesting. But I can see it because of how she's played versus how he's played. He can be more mobile. He can slide under. He's got EX Sobot to deal with. He's got up kick to deal with regular stuff. And Chun-Li just doesn't have all those types of advantages, that she normally has. I like Lud though, bullying him here.
I like to play a lot of neutral against Adon.
Chun can bully. She can bully any character in the corner.
Jaguar kick. I hate that. The frame data is so deceptive because you're not getting hit by the first active frame ever, really.
Yep.
Not even the heavy kick one. You're even if you're unless you're like Seth or Hugo, you're not getting hit by the first active frame of that move.
No, definitely not.
Oh, EX Bird. Okay.
I feel pretty comfortable on defense against Adon.
I think it's just an online thing for me that makes me feel that way.
I could see that with him though. I have the same problem with like Ken online, dealing with throw and those fast characters. Sometimes Guy as well. Online it can be problematic.
Yeah, it's the Jaguar kick. It's really fast and it's hard to react to online. Even when I'm playing DiCaprio, I struggle to just stinger it.
Yeah, and that's only one direction in punch. So you guys are saying you're saying advantage Adon though. You guys are saying.
I think it's 5-5.
It is okay. Okay.
I can't.
Just out of experience, I think it's 5.5, 4.5.
I think I would go. Yeah, I would go with that. Just because I haven't really played. Admittedly, I haven't played a strong enough Adon.
I feel like you'd change your mind if you played Chun.
So you're saying a slight disadvantage for Chun-Li?
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. That's tough. We'll have to get a Tutty and we get the Parsec set up someday. Get all these rare matches.
It's not unwinnable, but Adon can do things like he could do the neutral jump kick and then cancel that into Jaguar kick. That's also really hard for her to deal with.
So let's move on down. We got Adon. Teddy, you mentioned Cammy as a former Cammy player. How did Cammy end up in the final version of Ultra versus Chun-Li? What do you think?
So I've played this matchup a lot. I've played it on both sides, and I've played it for years. It's hard for me to it's hard for me to say this because Jiho absolutely destroyed me like 7-1, 7-2 with Cammy. But I do think the matchup's in Chun's favour.
Oh man, Jiho's a monster then.
Yeah, Jiho, like, I was like, oh, let's play footsies, bang, and I ate a drill. It's like, oh, let's play footsies, dive kick. Can you just play footsies with me? No, dive kick, drill, dive kick, drill. I think offline as well, it's easier for Chun. You can react to a lot of stuff. Certainly, our master deals with K-Brad very well. Even if you watch Infiltration, when he started using Chun, he deals with K-Brad very well. The dive kicks. The key is to be able to deal with the dive kicks. Jump back heavy kick. In a lot of scenarios, you just want to get out. You need to get out. Even like double dashing. So if a dive kick's coming, focus, backdash again. If the Cammy starts making you become scared of random drills in footsies, it can become very difficult. And obviously on knockdown, Cammy is going to harass Chun, especially when she has an emitter.
What a Hosanchu.
But there are things in Chun's favour in the matchup. She has an automatic, as we mentioned, an automatic unblockable against Cammy on forward throw, which is dash forward jump medium kick.
Speaking of that, before you go any further on that, she actually has a way to get out of it.
What is your way to get out of it?
If she does EX spin knuckle on wake up, she gets out. But that's the only way she.
If you do an EX spin knuckle on wake up, and it doesn't work, you're gonna look like the biggest jackass. But if it does work, you're a god.
Delayed wake up or EX spin knuckle are her only way to get out of the.
And that's Chun-Li forward throw dash jump medium kick unblockable.
So what you can do is you can do jump medium kick and you can OS the stand heavy kick with Chun. So if Cammy does a DP, she flies out of the other side of Chun, and Chun standing heavy kicks her in the butt as she flies away. Yeah, the EX spinning back knuckle is probably reactable if you're going to just jump in a medium kick if you're expecting it. I have had Cammys try to forward dash out of it as well, which sometimes work if I mess the setup up. But it's one of those setups where kind of 90%
you gotta be really
of the
quick.
time,
You gotta be really quick.
Oh my god!
Of the time,
you watching this?
You can just kind of do stand heavy kick EX legs because you know that the jump medium kick's going to hit, and it doesn't matter what side it hits on. If you do close heavy kick EX legs, it's just going to hit afterwards.
Yeah.
K-Brad is definitely getting in there. I mean, he lost the first game, but Cammy's able to move forward on this. So, after playing both sides, what would you say the number is, Wayne?
I do think it's maybe 5.5 Chun. 4.5. Cammy.
I could agree with that so long as you don't get scared of dive kicks. If you can deal with dive kicks, I think it's in Chun's favor.
And I'm assuming easy Ultra 2 selection here.
I use Ultra 2 in this match.
Yeah, Cammy has also struggles very difficult. It's very difficult for her to cross up dive kick Chun. Off of a regular knockdown, off a soft knockdown, she doesn't have very many setups that cross up dive, so she can't do it easily like she can on Shotos. She does have a safe jump, kind of hard blockable against Chun off the back throw, where she lands in the middle of EX spinning bird kick if you try to reversal it. So it can be difficult on knockdown without meter, but yeah, I'm saying kind of 5.5 Chun, 4.5 Cammy.
I think the unblockable adds a lot to that number.
Yeah, she can actually get that hard blockable range. She can get it off of other knockdowns as well. It just takes a lot more training. So she can get that hard blockable range off of EX legs knockdown and off of sweep knockdown. But it's very difficult to get into the range, whereas the forward dash after forward throw just puts you in a perfect range straight away. Yep.
Man, K-Brad is so good. What a comeback. I forgot this was the 8-minute timeout phase where you had to keep reconnecting your controllers because Sony didn't want anybody to use any of the third-party stuff. So we got that as 5.5 slight advantage for Chun-Li. Interesting. That makes sense though. I could see a slight advantage, but oh man, I really like Chun-Li against characters without strong wake up. I do. She's so explosive. But Chun-Li should have enough to deal with her in neutral and things like that. So right here, if you're watching the matchup footage, like what do you think that Val Master is doing wrong here, or is K-Brad just playing very well? Which happens, you know. Sometimes it's not about the matchup. Sometimes somebody's on.
I feel like he's kind of overextending himself a little bit, trying to catch things that he shouldn't be trying to catch.
Yeah, I agree. I think Val Master as a player was in some matchups was too offensive as Chun.
And this is one of them.
Yeah, he had the thing is he was that good of a player. He still is. That he had the Yomi and the ability to be able to do that with Chun because he could mix it up. But against some of the really great players, it got him into a lot of trouble being more offensive. In this matchup, Chun has to turtle. Even to the stage where I think sometimes even if I've got the opportunity to go for the forward throw setup, I might not, just because you have to stay in the range where you can bully Cammy with pokes and keep her out.
That makes sense. You got to stay in the winning position. It's not about this setup's really good, but what does it lead? You know. Definitely hear you on that. So interesting explanation. Wasn't expecting Chun-Li to have a slight advantage there. Thought Cammy might have done a little better.
That's what I thought.
It was the focus dash out of the forward throw setup.
Alright, so let's keep moving on down. Oh, you know what? We forgot to cover one fireball character. How does she do against Gouken? Gouken, we can do Gouken and Guile.
Gouken for me is a flawed character in this game.
I agree. I think he's one of the lowest.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's super low tier.
I think it can't be any worse than 6-4 Chun. Really, zoning's great and all that, but it's another one of those matchups where I get to play Chun the way I want to play Chun. So, when I can get in on a Gouken, it's very hard for him on wake up. She has ways to deal with all his options. He's pretty poor on wake up without meter.
Oh yeah.
He has a great sweep, but it's massive focus bait. She can ultra between the crouch medium fireball. Focus the parry as well. She can, if she's doing reversal Hazanshu, it's going to break parry.
And it's easy to bait that parry and whiff punish it.
Yeah. If he's holding up on wake up, you can just go toe to toe with him and neutral jump fierce. Or you can hit him with some stomps. It's interesting. She can safe jump him, and if she does, she has a safe jump where he's got quite a fat hurt box, so she can safe jump in with the stomps. And if he does wake up counter, she actually bounces over the top of him as he does the counter. Yeah, for a free punish. So it's pretty safe to counter. She can do that. And I just feel like he does struggle to zone her. As long as you get out of your head, that Chun-Li doesn't have a jump. That's where you have to get out of your head when you're fighting Gouken. You cannot raw jump at him.
You'll get Tatsu'd, you'll get counter hit.
You will get hurt for a lot of damage. And his damage output is insane. Let's not forget his damage output is insane. If he hits you with a jump in, you're eating 400 plus. She gets 3 reps on him into sweep. She can mix him up pretty well. I like the matchup. I would say 6-4.
6-4 seems pretty straightforward. I think Gouken struggles in a lot of ways. He is explosive, but if he can't create those opportunities, or if you don't make mistakes, it's very difficult. I think it's more of a discipline check than Gouken being powerful. But the damage helps keep him in the game, for sure. And back to the ultra. You missed that one tech. It's bad time.
The dive, kick, dive, kick stuff, the bird kick.
Oh, yeah. He does have that.
I'm just not scared of this character, like, at all. With playing against Goken with any character, really, like, I just agree with what you said, like, he's just flawed.
He's annoying.
Yeah.
We have a local player who played Goken, so I have a lot of experience with it, like, just not really afraid of anything that character can do, you know?
Right, so
He has a very weird throw tech timing.
He does. That is the one thing I don't like about him. They gave him that back throw to Ultra, but it's a different timing.
It's
like,
so,
they made it
feels
slower,
so
but it's
weird.
hard. Yeah. I have to like double tap tech against that all the time. I'll be like, you know, every single Street Fighter 4 player has experience. Like, I tech that back throw from Goken.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, let me tell you a story. So I played FNO Cap online, and he beat me like 4 straight or something, right? And I was winning most of them, and I kept getting back thrown, and I would lose off the back throw, like close to 50%, and then like guessing per game. And I told him, I was like, yo, GG's. I'm like, yo, I'm not even trying to sound salty. I was like, yo, I'm teching those fucking throws offline. And then we played offline. I think he beat me like 7-5, but I teched 85% of the throws. 85%. So definitely super annoying to deal with those throws. And they're so rewarding, man. But I end up like dialing it back on myself. I'm like, you know what? The guy doesn't have much else. Like, whatever. Just pay attention.
Yeah.
So that was an easy one. Let's go. Lou's still here, so let's talk about Sagat. I mean, what do you guys do against Sagat? How do you feel it is? It's the matchup's been around for a long time, so I'm sure you have a lot of experience as well.
6-4 Chun.
6-4 Chun, easy. Is Lou incensed?
Is Lou still here? Is Lou still here?
Yeah,
He's still there.
It's,
and I think I guarantee you
8-2.
he'd probably agree. 8-2. 8-2.
8-2. Hold on, let me put it down.
Sagat can't do anything. Can't do
Yeah,
anything.
what?
Might as well just. Yeah, he might as well just go and pick DJ.
Well, yeah. Lou says 5-5. I can't see that at all.
He's hitting with the Swix tech 5-5.
So I've played a few good Sagats. I think it is 5-5. The Sagat stand medium kick is very, very good against Chun in footsies. She has some very good setups on him. She deals a ton of damage. She has a corner infinite on him. But a good Sagat will keep Chun out very, very well with the fireballs. He does a lot of damage on her as well.
Yes, he does.
I think I haven't played very many good Sagats, but the good Sagats that I have played have used the standing medium kick very, very well, and it's a very good poke.
Underrated.
Stop Chun from abusing stand medium punch, stand heavy punch. She can anti-air Sagat pretty easily.
Yeah, her crouch strong stuff's all of God's jumps.
But a good Sagat won't really be jumping at you very much. Good Sagat will be keeping you out with the fireballs, and when you get in a range where it's not safe, he will be using the pokes, stand medium kick, crouch fierce, stand light kick, forward light kick, to kind of push you back. I used to think the matchup was 6-4 Chun. Having played it a lot more, and played people like AJ Sagat, there's a few more good Sagats. I would agree that it's 5-5. It's hard for him on knockdown, actually. I think Chun has better stuff against him on knockdown. Off of a forward throw, she has an automatic safe jump, kind of jump in forward dash, jump in double fierce. If he tries to tiger uppercut, then it will whiff underneath her. She has a lot of setups like that. She also has a lot of real good setups because he's a tall character. She can do things like crouch and short, crouch jab, crouch short, EX legs, and then walk forward a very tiny bit and do the down forward heavy kick. And Sagat's so tall, it sometimes hits him from the front and she lands behind, or sometimes hits him cross up and she lands in front. It's very weird. Very tricky setup. And it's very hard to reversal that as well because he just often flies out the back. She can deal with certain things like the EX knee is a pain to deal with. He's throwing that out a lot.
Well, if you know it's coming, you can low profile it. You just throw out a low forward. Low profile is every one of God's knees.
Oh,
Yeah.
Sagat is
Especially when
here.
you got-
Hold on.
Especially
Yeah,
when
he
you get
said
that,
he's never lost the Chun.
especially when you get that Sagat that wants to spam Tiger Knee in the corner. That's a good way for Chun-Li to get out.
Yeah, I honestly like if I played Sagat on the side. Like, I would have thought Chun-Li had a slight advantage in this match, but listening to what you guys are saying, I can see Sagat being able to go toe to toe a bit more than I anticipated.
I feel like when you watch Valmaster playing Reinhardt, the more you see Valmaster playing Reinhardt, the more he downloads him, and the better he does against him. So I've seen Valmaster absolutely destroy Reinhardt Sagat, get multiple loops on him. I feel like
It was a nice OS.
Val's a better player, better Street Fighter 4 player. So he makes this matchup look a lot better for Chun than it is.
Damn, what a round.
Like, Ryan was struggling to keep Chun in the range that was very good for Sagat. Like, struggling to keep Val out with the fireballs. You can see Val. It's another matchup where Val uses his kind of forward offensive style Chun to his advantage, and he's just walking up to Sagat. And he shouldn't be able to do that.
So sounds a lot more even than I pictured, for sure.
Yeah.
I'm putting a 5 on that one. I think Sagat's underrated. Talking to Lou and learning a lot more by talking to him and seeing clips and things. Sagat's a largely underutilized character, and it's probably as deep as any other character you can think of. But when people play him so straightforward, and what happened with Vanilla, him being overpowered and then falling away from that, a lot of people stopped the journey. So it was a lot to find out there, and nobody went and did the work until later on. Like, guys were still good. Bon Chan was still good. I believe those guys were all excellent. But it wasn't until I seen Lou's stuff where it's like, hold on, nobody was optimal. Like, they were all great players. All the Sagats who were big in tournament were great players, but they weren't optimal at all. So there's a whole nother level inside of Sagat that's been untapped now that hasn't been put on stream in the same way. So I think we'll be surprised when we cover his matchups how well he does against some characters. So we got that one dead even. Let's see who else. Let's run through some quick ones.
I was like, based on what's going on in the chat here, Sagat and Exeter should just play offline set, and then we just go on to another character.
Yeah, he's never lost.
He can talk all the trash he wants, but when you get the DP FEDC on PS4 and then DP again and not get punished from a 3-frame short, okay.
You just gotta have to catch each other offline. That's what counts.
Yeah.
This man also said, I do it offline too. I did it to Ricky all the time. So
let's see it. Then we just gotta see it.
Yeah, that's it. That's my favorite thing about fighting games. You don't have to argue about it. We can just play the game.
You just throw that shit right. Yeah,
yep, that's it.
Put it all out there. Let's see. That's it. That's all that matters.
So we'll definitely circle back to that matchup in the future, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, don't you worry.
But I see a lot of grief for Chun-Li. I'm sure she beats Viper. I think Viper is a strong character, but I think that she loses more matchups and beats more players as well.
What do you guys think about Viper?
I've been destroyed by Valmaster's Viper, Gagapa's Viper, sorry. And he hasn't even played Viper that long.
Really? So Chun-Li's struggling?
Yeah, like... No, I'm struggling.
Got it.
So it's a weakness I have in the matchup. Like, I need to turtle Viper more, I feel. But I have seen so many Chuns run over Viper where they can be offensive. So when I see Valmaster, I think he played, was it Latif? Or he came over and played Viper in a set, and he was just abusing level 1 focus into shorts. And it just didn't seem like the Viper could do anything. And I tried to play the matchup that way. She has so many options, and block is not one of them in a lot of situations. She's never going to try and block anything you do to her. Yes, the crouching medium kick is very, very good against Viper on Viper's wake up. It low profiles the DP. She can get underneath the burn kick. You can kind of just mindlessly do crouch medium kick and cancel it into EX legs. If Viper backdashes the crouch medium kick, and you're mashing EX legs, you'll get EX legs and punish the backdash. You can like OS safe jumps into crouch and medium kick as well. So like when I look at the matchup on paper, I should be doing better than I actually am against Vipers, but maybe it's just a personal matchup that I struggle with.
And I respect you for noticing your own bias and admitting that, because I feel like a lot of people have that, and a lot of people just like, oh, this matchup's bad. It's like, no, I mean, have you really sat and looked at the options and see what's happening in the matchup? Because sometimes things are just naturally go against the grain of how you think or how you play. Like I do terrible against El Fuerte, but all the El Fuertes are like, DJ doesn't do that bad. I'm like, yo, I never want to play that matchup, never. So I definitely hear where you're coming from about C Viper. It took me a while to get comfortable fighting her with multiple characters at that.
I think I tried to make too many reads on her wake up when I should be playing it safe. In this match,
definitely simplify your game for sure.
Yeah. Against Wolfcrone, he's just a lot of the time he's abusing the level 1 focus, and that's something that you can abuse with Chun. She's +1, and I did fight a Viper player actually who said to me that you should kind of get in close to her and abuse the kind of crouching shorts and crouching jabs, because there's not a lot Viper can do if you're ready to react to everything that she's going to do out of block stun. So of course you can't, if you're on wake up and you expect stuff, you can't focus because the reversal burn kick will break your focus. So that's like, and once that gets taken out of my game, Agapa's so good at mixing up his options with Viper, because he plays a character like Bison who also has so many defensive options. The key, of course, with Bison being not to OS him and to react to his answers, whereas with Viper I feel like there's not everything that you can react to. She's probably got more options than him on wake up. Just such an annoying character, man.
He really is.
He is annoying. Yeah, 100%.
I don't have that problem.
Well, we don't all play DJ, okay?
I think he mauls her.
We all don't have up kicks.
Yeah. Up kicks, jump medium all day. Yeah, she's got some problems on defense, but if you're not able to abuse him in the same way, like I don't think Chun can abuse her the same way that DJ can. But I do think Chun can get in and use those jabs, and because Viper doesn't have a 3 frame, right? No, she only has a 4 frame, right? I'm not sure. I don't remember, but I don't see her. I don't see her being too problematic. So what do you guys think as the number for this matchup? Is it a slight advantage for Chun, or is it 6-4? I have a personal issue.
I think it's 6-4 for Viper.
6-4 in Viper's favor.
Yeah.
Wow. And then
even learning how to deal with the burn kicks, it's still really hard.
That's only just one piece.
Well, a lot of Chuns don't understand that her low forward thunder knuckle shit, that's not real.
Yeah.
You can fucking EX bird kick that shit.
Yeah, Viper's not going to be playing Chun's game. Viper does not want to play neutral. Viper just wants to start the train. Like,
hey man, let's keep it clean in the chat, man. Let's not get to personal attacks and things like that. This is a celebration of the game.
Yeah, well, relax.
It's a one-track mind, man. That's all he's got.
I think that she does decent damage, Chun. She gets 2 reps into EX spin and bird kick. She gets 2.5 reps into crouch like EX legs. That's like 311, 324, 356 off of 2 bars with an FADC. She doesn't get very many reps crouching. I feel like if I'm confident on blocking the burn kicks as well, I feel like that makes a difference in the matchup. So if I'm playing particularly well and I'm managing to block cross up burn kicks, instead of just trying to low forward everything she does, and then I'm doing a little bit better in the matchup.
All right.
Just
yep. So
Makes me feel sad when I see Valmaster dealing with Viper like this. Like,
Oh, a nice low profile on the wake up.
yeah,
Exactly what you just said. That was nice.
yeah, I can see
maybe
Chun
he's
being
the reason
annoying
I
for
struggle.
Viper though.
Oh yeah, because if you know how to low profile the burn kicks, then that totally changes the dynamic of the match.
Yeah, you can hassle her with that. She needs to get
Wow.
out of there.
Yeah, Valmaster's already up 2. Let me see what this set goes to.
I think he won it like 5-0.
Oh, I'm looking 4-1. Is that, or was that 5? Oh, looking like 5-1. Yeah. Let's get off that. I don't know, man. That looks like a body bag. But if you guys are saying disadvantage, I'll put it on the list. I'm just the host.
So
Alright,
I mean,
bro, we
what-
always circle
what-
back to everything.
Yeah, we definitely will
Chun's
circle back because I
did,
can't wait to see what the Vipers say.
Yeah,
what
that's what I mean.
Chun's
It's
did Wolfcrone play? Like, what high level Chuns did Wolfcrone play?
That's a fair point too.
That's true. There's so yeah. There were. I mean, there weren't a ton of Vipers, but there were also very few top level Chuns.
We had
Val
I
Lud.
really
a
have
lot of
seen
high-level
that
Vipers.
Lud, Valmaster, like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Val had a lot of high level Viper experience. One of his fellow countrymen also used Viper, very good Viper player called forget his name. Who's a very good Viper player. Obviously Problem used Viper, very high level. So he had a lot of high level Viper experience. Played the matchup a lot. And I'm pretty sure that Gagapo was probably using Viper back then. Although he'll tell you that like he only picked up a few years ago. I don't believe it, it's lies. So yeah, he had a lot of experience against Viper.
Alright, okay, so let's keep it moving for the sake of time. We're about an hour 43 minutes in. Let's go to another character. You were mentioning Poison earlier as not being so good.
no,
Because
that's
there's a
not-
lot of green on
not
this
talk about
timeline.
that.
There's a lot of green for Chun-Li, so I want to see some more yellow. Because does she not lose to anybody? Because it's looking like she doesn't lose to anybody.
Yes, she does.
Okay,
It's
just
like
checking.
Blanca all
I
over
don't
again.
think-
She loses really hard to Poison.
Okay, and
Yeah,
what's...
It can't be any better than 6-4 Poison for Chun. Like, that is the absolute best that it could be for Chun, 6-4. It could be even worse for Chun-Li. It's so difficult.
Draw a card.
Do you know what, right? When you have to change your B&B for one character in the game,
Oh, I hear
know-
you. I hear
you
you.
know that it's broken, and you know that there is a problem with the character.
And here's another thing:
Um,
if you manage to land Ultra One
Yeah.
in the corner, she doesn't land in the corner. It throws her out of the corner for free.
She falls out of the Ultra One at some distances as well. So
Yep.
they were meant to have fixed that, but not on Poison. She still falls out of the Ultra One. If Poison's trying to bait with Heavy Punch Fireball and you try to Ultra One it, guess what? You get hit by the Fireball.
If you
so-
dash it, you can get through it. But it's hard to do on that fireball. And if the fireball's out, you hang it up. You're not hitting her.
So if you hit Poison with Hazanshu and she's standing, you have to do a different combo than if you hit her with Hazanshu and she's crouching.
Alright.
Yeah,
No
like,
universal.
fireball.
No
You
universal,
have to
nothing that
confirm
deals with both.
differently. Yeah. Which is very frustrating because as Chun-Li's we used to just doing crouch light kick against legs or crouch jab Sam Fierce after Hazanshu, but you can't do that against Poison. She just runs away. She makes Chun play her game. She builds ridiculous meter at full screen. Chun cannot keep up with the meter build. It's just ridiculous how
No,
fast she builds
but
meter.
yeah, the one thing you got to do in this match is you got to stock super because
Yeah.
she can't Rekka you for free, and you got to watch for the Love Me Tenders because Chun-Li, if they whiff, she can ultra them on reaction.
Poison has crouch unblockable Love Me Tenders on Chun-Li, which she can do off of certain strings. But I almost feel like, I've said this a lot with Poison, her zoning is so good that it makes her setups and offense totally not worth it a lot of the time. because you want to be close to Poison, and if she's putting the offense on you, and you get a reversal, then you're where you want to be. She's just so good at zoning that you just want to knock somebody down and then run away and throw more fireballs at them.
Yeah, I could see Chun having those issues. Same thing I pictured here. Once you said it was bad, I'm like, yeah, no, Poison's gonna be able to to force the neutral and make you fight, fight around what she's doing instead of you making her fight around what you're doing.
Yeah, you can't you can't play Chun the way you want to in this matchup.
No, so that's how all the matchups are. Is either you can play Chun the way you want to, or you can't. So I'm just gonna go through the list, and we're just gonna do hot or cold on that, and we'll be done in the next 15 minutes.
You can't dodge your fireballs because as soon as she throws a fireball, she can DP.
Mm.
And you'll eat a DP every time.
Yeah, that character's busted. It's incredibly underrated. I think Poison is probably gonna end up very high up once we go through these numbers. I think she probably dominates some character 7-3 that I don't know about because I don't play her.
Top 5. Yeah, I think she's top 5.
I think she is too.
Yeah,
I agree.
I picked her up as a character just because
I like her so much.
Yeah, she's the
playing as
zoner.
her. Yeah, not against her. Yeah,
no,
the fireball is
no.
absolutely monstrous.
And then landing on it and getting juggled as well.
Yeah, getting actual juggles off of it, which is really cool. It's not a common thing. One thing we have talked about in previous episodes, and FreeJ and I have said like time and time again, I think if the game had gone on another year, Poison would have been in a higher regard at the end of the lifespan, and Elena would have dropped.
Yeah, I think Elena would have dropped at least a tick, and I
not a
think
lot,
Poison would have moved up a full spot in the general consensus, where Poison would have been the easy last pick for S, or the first pick for A.
Watch Pitt play Poison. His Poison's ridiculous.
Oh yeah, I played Pitt. I let him know. I was like, yo, DJ cannot fight this character. Like it's really bad. Every time I beat him, I was like, it's because I was just better than you for those moments. Like it's not the matchup. And then once he started getting a better grasp of it, it was like, now you're seeing why I would never play this in tournament or for money. It's just not there. And I played some tough ones.
Who's the Poison in this video? The chat is asking.
This is sorry.
Oh, no worries.
Let's get it out of here. This is Affy. He was a former DJ player.
Yeah, so I played Affy in tournament. I played him at FFM Rumble.
Mm-hmm.
He picked Poison, and at that time, I was full Chun-Li mode, and I was basically arguing that she had no bad matchups in the game. And then he played me, and he was like, "It's a bad matchup," and I was like, "No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not." And now I'm like, I'm like, yes, it is.
Yeah, it's fine. You know what? When you're progressing the game, that's part of the progress. Thinking that like, no, this is it, and then it's like you just get brought down to reality because there's always somebody bigger and badder. Like my favorite story is there was a Viper player from Massachusetts. He came down. My training partner for my DJ was a Viper player, so I'm like, all right, I think DJ beats her. I beat him 4 rounds straight in tournament, right? And he threw a fit. He's like, there's no way DJ wins. I was like, dude, but I just did all these very technical things to win. It wasn't like I was making you guess. Like, you were getting beat.
Yeah.
And some people do not want to hear that. But I'm glad that Affy was able to show you in a way that was undeniable.
Yeah, it was. It's just the way that she has to play her game. She's just so dominant at zoning. She doesn't really have to use normals to keep Chun out. She just that fireball is so good.
And the buttons on top of everything too. She's got some good buttons.
Her crouch strong is what 5
Oh
frames.
yeah, that one's a problematic button.
Really
for
fast,
sure.
and it goes really far. And it counters a lot of stuff that Chun does. And then her crouch fierce punch. You can make the crouch fierce punch whiff, which is really good. But
you can.
If there's a fireball coming, then guess what? You're gonna hit the fireball and then get hit with a crouch fierce punch anyway.
She doesn't get any loops on Poison either. She gets like
none.
One
wow.
loop.
Yeah,
you can do one loop into low forward legs.
So that's the easy 6-4 I'm putting on the list.
In the corner.
I can't do infinite loop 6-4.
Yeah, she can do the rose combo in the corner, so she can do the legs into crouch fierce, light spinning bird kick stomps.
Ooh.
That means she can ultra then.
That's really cool.
Ultra too, but then that means I'd have to test it to see if she falls out of it.
I do want to see that. Definitely want to see that.
I'm gonna drop. He dropped the
some,
link in the chat. Actually, if you go in the Discord,
let's go.
Exeter dropped it earlier.
Which one?
Yeah,
this one hit the combo into light spinning bird kick.
Yeah, but that's on Rose. But you said it works the same on
So
Poison.
let's pull that up.
Just a show. I have not seen that before.
Hold on,
I think it's really cool. link to
She
just show
has
everybody.
she has some character specific combos on poison to do with a meaty hitting close heavy kick. So there's a few combos that were put up that she can do on poison in the corner, but even those combos, they're just
Interesting. I've never seen that.
yeah.
If you hit me that match, I'm like, man, there's a lot I don't know. I might pick up a new career or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
New
I
life
never
path.
saw a spinning bird hit like that before. That's incredible.
And I've been playing the game for years, but I actually don't see a
Literally,
lot of Chun
yeah.
though. So this is I'm
Yeah, no.
learning. You know, I'm listening to everything.
I'd be interested to see if that does more damage than Crouch Fierce 1 rep straight into Ultra 1.
I don't know that she could do the fireball that way without a Crouch Fierce punch.
And you know what? Sorry, these fireballs staying on screen are so problematic for Poison, man. It really saves her a lot. This is like anime style fireball. Shit's still on screen.
She's just a mixture of Guile, Adon,
Fei Long.
and yeah, all of those characters.
She's kind of got. She has like the little Rolento, like the forward flip. She has a forward advancing move that's plus on block. Like,
oh man, you know I was gonna bring this up next too because I was gonna talk about historical bad matchups quote, but is Rufus Chun-Li still problematic, or has there been tech developed, or you guys have progressed as a community as Chun-Li players to deal with it better?
So after I watched the match that Lou had on stream with the Japanese Chun player versus Rufus, I feel a little bit differently about the match because of some of the safe jump setups. I feel that it's still, if you don't know how to deal with dive kicks from Rufus, it's definitely in Rufus's favor. He's going to blow you up all day.
yes, of course.
But like a lot of people are really terrified of like the dive kick again, and that's not real on any character. So like it's you can stop it. And Chun-Li can push any button with the exception of a low, like low forward or sweep, to stop it. Like she can do stand strong, she can do jab, she can do crouch jab, she can do stand hard kick, stand hard punch. She can do anything to stop it.
I never actually ever saw Valmaster really struggle against any Rufus that I saw him play. It's a matchup I don't struggle with. But at the same time, I don't think it's amazingly good for Chun. I don't think that it's a 6-4 Chun. Certainly, just maybe I haven't played good enough Rufus. Certainly, I watched that set as well, and some of the things that Rufus was doing was really quite impressive. The way that he came back in the set. Chun she gets 3 reps on Rufus. She can bully him, as can everybody, when he has no meter. She has sort of corner safe jumps against the EX Messiah. The options after blocking the EX Messiah, she does pretty well.
So she can focus. And if he does the little flip, she'll just block. But if he does any of the other two, she'll focus and get a crumple.
Interesting.
Yep. She can do stand close heavy kick as well, which I saw the Moto using. Which I never thought of using that before. Against Rufus pressure, she can crouch tech with down forward light kick to stop the mix up of throw versus dive kick, which sometimes works pretty well in the corner. She can crouch tech with crouch fierce as well, which sometimes stops the dive kick. But you know, the Rufus will just open you up with frame traps if he knows that you're crouch teching with a heavy.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the time, it's like the Cammy matchup where it's just worth getting out of there. I think she makes better use of jump back heavy kick and neutral jump heavy kick in this matchup than against Cammy, because Rufus is like a bigger hurt box. It's better to just get out of there and run away. If you try to commit yourself to the grounded anti-air versus Rufus, you're gonna get in trouble.
Yeah, like you can stop it sometimes, but if they delay the dive kick, you're getting hit.
Yeah, I go to air to air.
Yeah, you definitely have to mix it up and keep moving, because if you get caught on the ground, you don't want to give him a full combo. At least make him guess again.
If you saw that, he went for double dive kick and he did close stand jab and then just knocked him down.
Yeah, Then you know, like Brent was saying, that it's very important for the Rufus to be active, and if the Rufus is active and kind of walking around a lot and doing a lot of fake dive kicks, a lot of low dive kicks to the ground, you're not able to read that jump forward as well. And if you're trying to go air to air and you get it wrong, you eat a lot of damage, because you're just going to eat the double jumping heavy kick into the EX, you know, 100 fists. Which once you get hit by that, yeah, once you get hit by that,
that head stomp makes up there.
Oh, that was cool, yeah.
Yeah, that Rufus is another character where Chun can do the low hitting head stomp into double fierce. A bit of a nasty mix up to deal with.
Huh.
There's no way in hell
juggle.
I'm picking Ultra Double with Rufus. I'm sorry. There's no way.
Matchup with Pro Fluke, actually. Pro Fluke's got a little bit of a very handy Rufus, and he picked Ultra 2. It's actually it's really disgusting how little Chun can do when she's on chip damage and Rufus has got Ultra 2. She can't do anything. It's like he just pops it like anywhere on the screen and she just gets chipped. She can punish his Crouch Fierce with Ultra 1. So I sometimes run Ultra Double in this. If Rufus is abusing Crouch Fierce, she can punish it on hit as well. So but there are very few scenarios where you're going to have charge and get hit by the Crouch Fierce and be able to Ultra afterwards. So that's something. His pokes obviously are pretty bad. The sweep's good. Is it stand medium kick? That's pretty good. It's another matchup where sometimes I try to forget that I've got a fireball with Chun, just so that I'm ready for the way that Rufus is going to approach, which has been pretty much polarized since the start of the game. Like Rufus' approach just hasn't changed. Yeah.
I have Rufus on my overrated characters list. I do think that he does run through some characters, but I think a lot of people have some misconceptions on how to fight him, and that people don't pressure him properly.
That was a problem for me. Is that I thought he was just broken, and there wasn't anything I could do. And then I watched that, and I realized there's just a lot I was doing wrong.
So, what number are we putting on this one, gentlemen?
Ooh,
tough one, right? Because I'm not sure based on what you're saying. I don't even know where to sway you.
It doesn't sound like fairly advantageous, really, either way. It's gonna be close.
It sounds close, yeah.
5-5.
5-5. I think it's fair.
Knowing what I know now with all the setups and stuff, I would put it more 5-5.
Okay, another character. Actually, let's go over the twins. Do they like? Did they ruin the game for Ultra? I mean, did they ruin Ultra for her? Like Zeus says, the twins ruined Vega.
No. So, against Yang, it's Chun's favor. Yun is a bit more Yun's a bit more challenging.
The obviously Yun's dive kick isn't as good as Yang's. I agree. I feel like the Yang matchup is not as hard as the Yun matchup, but at the same time, I don't feel like the Yun matchup is terrible for Chun.
I don't feel helpless in that matchup like I do against like Akuma and Seth.
Yeah, certainly I feel a lot better against Yun. You have to be very, very mobile. Like I was saying, Rufus has to be against Chun. You have to be very mobile when you're fighting a character with a fast dive kick like Yun and Yang. You have to be on your feet with Chun because she has no solid answer to the dive kick. If she's standing still and he's just neutral jump dive kick forward, if you're moving backwards and forwards and forcing and kind of causing Young to whiff the dive kick a lot, and you can whiff punish. She's got crouch jab, but you know, what is that as an answer? That's not really anything.
I try to slight deterrent.
I try to keep Yun at sweep range from his dive kick.
You have to be mobile. You have to put a lot of dashes in there. You have to be walking backwards and forwards. You have to be pressing a lot of random buttons and causing Yun to second guess himself when he's coming in. And it's difficult to do that with Chun sometimes. You have to remember that you have to do that in this matchup. I will press buttons after a block dive kick a lot more against Yun than I will against Yang. Just because I respect the dive kick, Yang's dive kick more after I've blocked it than Yun's. It doesn't have as much hit stun and block stun as you think it does. Same with Rufus actually. You can press jab or press crouch and short after you've blocked a high dive kick. Unless Rufus has got meter and you're scared of the EX Messiah. Chun can make the up kicks whiff on his wake up. Obviously he's got, is it the light up kicks catch you if you're crouching, but the medium and heavy don't?
No, the heavy does, the medium and light don't.
Yeah, that's right. She does 3 reps on him, 3 reps into sweep. You can do ridiculous damage with meter against Yun. You can pretty much, he's got low stun, so she can kill him pretty quickly. Safe jump off of sweep. I try not to use, you can see Valmaster using the neutral jump against the dive kick. I try not to do that, as kind of natural as it is to try and do. Yun can answer it with
a DP.
Crouch, a DP or crouch medium punch or stand medium punch. He can deal with that neutral jump very well. So I try not to do it, but it's hard not to if you Chun and you panic and Yun gets in. It's very hard not to throw that neutral jump in there.
I to deal with Yun's dive kick, I just keep him to where he's going to land in my sweep range.
Yeah,
because you can trip guard with it.
Yeah. So yeah, she can combo into sweep on him if he's crouching. Crouch light kick ×2, stand light punch, crouch heavy kick. She can use, if you're expecting a random lunge punch, you can use low forward.
Yeah, you can low profile it.
You can low profile
Really?
it. Yeah.
Yep.
Mm. But you have to, online it's a read, maybe offline it's reactable. Online quite often it's a read. So I do, when I'm kind of dashing around with Chun, I will throw out a lot of low forwards. Just because a lot of Yuns are impatient and they will throw out that lunge, and especially the EX lunge because it's so good still. I know they've nerfed it, but it's still really, really good.
And their Quongster's using it right there.
Yeah, this is another matchup where jump back heavy kick.
Very nice. Good.
Yep. Jump back heavy kick is like Chun-Li's backwards dive kick. That's what it is. You remember in Ultra when they were doing the arcade testing and they shortened Chun-Li's jump? Remember when they did that? So I think they took around 20 frames off of the downward portion of Chun-Li's jumping. And everybody was saying it was like a dive kick. And Chun-Li did jumping heavy kick. It was basically a dive kick.
Oh, so you mean like Sakura, right?
Yeah, so it was too OP. So they took that away along with the change to Guy where they gave him that stupid reversal where he could cancel his EX reversal into something. He had some kind of glitch on Wake Up where he could cancel, run into his Tatsu or Tatsu into his run.
You're talking about the armor cancel?
The when they did the arcade testing for Ultra,
okay.
And they tried to balance it, and they gave Chun this ridiculous jump that was like 20 frames shorter than her normal jump. But yeah, the jump back heavy kick, it's Chun-Li's backward dive kick. It gets you out of the situation, and it's very good against dive kicks.
Just on that Guy thing, I just looked up. Broski tweeted, off the top of my head, the most egregious thing was Guy having a 2-frame EX Tatsu that he could Kara cancel into run for no extra bar.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. That was like, if they'd have kept that in the game, the Guy would have just rocketed to like S tier. Why did it burn no meter? Was there like a glitch with it?
Yeah, it had to be. Damn, they said in this Loke test, Dawson had a 2-hit stand medium kick as well, and it made Hugo versus Dawson 10-0. Sounds awful.
Dalsim needs all he can get. Maybe they should have given him that.
I loved his design in 5. Yeah, I wish he was like more like that. He's crazy looking in that game. The float I think that was like that is such a Dawson thing. I can't believe he hasn't had that in another game.
So I think Yang is 6'4" Chun. I think Yun maybe is 5'5". I haven't played the most amazing Yuns. Like I haven't really, because Yun is such a character that's been buffed and nerfed and buffed and nerfed. I play a lot of characters who have Yun as a side character. You know.
I play
Everybody's got, like, a
Remy
little
quite
Yun.
often, and I would say that it's 5.5 to 4.5 Yun favor.
Yeah, okay, I'd agree. I'd have to agree with that because I just haven't played like enough high level Chuns to kind of. I feel it's okay to deal with Yun. I guess at the same time, when I am playing a lower level Chun, I still have to be wary in the matchup. So that must say something about the matchup.
Yeah.
I still have to be on my game against a lower level Yun.
Yeah, because it's just his buttons are really good in this match.
Yeah,
they're good in every match.
So you're saying the advantage is in Yun or Chun? I didn't catch that.
Yun.
Yun. Got it. So we're doing 4.5. So she beats Yang 6'4".
Yeah.
Loses to Yun 4.5. Okay, interesting.
I can see that just based on their relative strength. Comparing Yun and Yang, pretty much equated.
You can definitely throw focus out against Yun. You cannot focus against Yang.
Oh, that's 100%.
Oh, you're getting slapped up.
Yeah, you're getting slapped.
All right, let's see who we got. Let's go into this annoying character we covered. Casablanca and Sefric, they had it at Chun-Li's favor, 6'4". Is it 6'4", Chun-Li versus Blanca?
Yeah.
Easy.
Yeah.
Oh, Le Petit Adger, thanks for joining the discussion. Thanks for the follow, appreciate that. We're going to put that Blanca 6'4".
You get hit with EX Blanca ball, you even have enough time to charge and still ultra it. So
that's funny.
And then like you can ultra his crouch fierce punch.
Yep.
So
and his sweep.
Yeah, his sweep. It's pretty ridiculous.
She can like it's a turtle matchup. It's a very, very turtle matchup.
And that's is one of those ones where I rock Ultra W because if he's using Ultra 1 on block and you try to Ultra 1 punish it, you're gonna miss. You can't hit it because he's like considered a fireball, so you just fly right through him.
I don't like the matchup because it's a turtle matchup. And when I feel like I can start to express myself with Chun, that's when Blanca just keeps doing Blanca balls at me. And I'm like, why would you not try and play the game instead of just doing Blanca balls at me? I've punished them 50 million times. Why do you keep doing them?
You haven't talked to enough Blanca players, man.
Yeah. and Blanca is one of those characters that if you don't have meter, he's pretty hard to anti-air.
Yeah.
Yeah, his jump roundhouse is definitely problematic if you're not equipped to deal with that. If you don't have a strong anti-air, I would not want to deal with that.
Yeah, the best option for that anti-air would be EXSPK, and you really don't want to do that because the meter for damage isn't really always worth it.
Yeah, like if you're turtling with Chun, I said this to somebody the other day. I was like, how many Blancas do you play outside of cast, obviously, that kind of actively play a frame trap game with Blanca? How many Blancas do you know that will walk in and try and catch your crouch tech, the counter hit normal leading to another normal? How many Blancas do that? Like, not many. I feel very comfortable sat on down back as Chun-Li against Blanca because I've got charge. If he jumps at me on EX spinning bird kick in, if he's predictively throwing out the slide, then I'm going to be able to punish it.
Yep.
And all I need to do if I see a Blanca ball is press crouch jab to knock him out of the Blanca ball. If he tries hop, then I can jab him out of the hop. So I feel very comfortable holding down back against Blanca. It's only when I start to actually think that I can play footsies with him, and then I can just get tripped over by a random slide. Yep,
that's how it works. And her one BNB, her easiest BNB whiffs on Blanca if he's crouching.
Yeah, so you can't do 3 crouching light kicks into EX legs. You have to do combos into crouch medium kick.
Really? 3?
Any crouch. Yeah. No crouch shorts into EX legs works when he's crouching.
Interesting.
Wow.
I've never seen
Yeah.
that. I've never seen that happen. I guess all the Chuns I see are aware and doing the right combo because I've never
Yeah,
seen
we've
that.
been playing this matchup for ages. Like,
Man, I'm proud of all you guys as a whole. That's impressive.
Yeah.
That I've never seen that mistake happen, and I've watched plenty. So that's incredible.
We've done it plenty. That's why we don't do it anymore.
Yeah.
You guys all have your kendo sticks. It's like stop, Psh, don't do it.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's
I
sick
think it's
though.
a misconception that that Blanca beats Chun. Certainly, if I play players and I feel that maybe they're getting annoyed by Chun, they go to Blanca, and I'm like, do you think that he beats Chun? He doesn't beat Chun.
I think they're trying to think something about you as being like, all right, you're not going to be able to get past this type of stuff, and it's like, no, I'm actually understanding what's happening. You're not,
People
and that's
get
why you're trying
annoyed.
Blanca.
People just get
and I
annoyed
guess,
with Blanca. That's
you
all it
do
is.
have to play differently against Blanca's Chun. You do have to turtle it more.
He evokes
You do have
emotion
to
as
let him
well.
do his thing. Yeah, he does. Yeah. Quite often, a Blanca will throw out a few pokes, entice you into thinking he's going to play footsies, and then bang slide into mix-ups.
Okay.
She gets a guaranteed safe jump off forward throw with forward dash jumping light kick, so he can't reversal that. So he has to hold it, or if he does up ball, then he just flies out the other side. Yeah, I just think it's 6-4. I agree with the Blanca players.
Alright,
Yeah,
6-4,
just
easy. Alright, so we're getting close to 2.5 hours, so let's just speed through a couple. Let's go. I mean, I feel like it'd be easier to go to the historic matchups. A lot of people have some knowledge on them already. How is Chun-Li versus Balrog? I played Balrog at the beginning of the game, but I don't think I've ever played a Chun-Li once the character was actually, established, I would say.
6-4 Chun.
6-4 Chun, easy?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, on paper it's 6-4 Chun, and any matches I've played against Rog, I feel that Chun deals with his stuff. When he flashes and he's coming forward, you just throw him.
Yep.
If he tries to jump at you, stand fierce or crouch fierce. There is a range where Balrog can jump at Chun-Li, where he can use, is it jumping heavy kick, the looping punch.
Oh, the one where he's kind of like his arm curves downward.
Yeah, there is a range where that beats standing heavy punch, and it's an annoying range as well because you feel like your stand heavy punch should win, but he just like clubs you on the head.
Yeah.
So there is that range that you have to deal with. But yeah, she deals with certain Rog mix-ups very well. So after you block a turn punch, you press crouch medium kick. If he goes for an EX rush, it whiffs. If he goes for an EX headbutt, it whiffs. So, and he's at what, like -2 after a level 1 turn punch?
Yep.
So you can just press crouch medium kick, and you're safe. And if he tries to put you in a position where he wants you to make a read, that crouch medium kick is going to be okay all the time. She can punish his light punch dash punch with stand jab stand fierce.
Yep.
At certain ranges.
Not at max range, obviously.
No, yeah. She can punish all the rest of his rush punches, his lows. The one where he punches low. I think he gets pushed back quite far. And
say if it's the EX low, on block you can just sweep it.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously you can super too.
The sweep's really good in that matchup. The sweep's so long, tags Rog, and as with a lot of characters against Rog, there is that range where he's going to do a block string into crouch sweep, so you can focus at that range. You have got to be careful against reaction ultras if you're just throwing out focus. But her low profiles deal really well with the rush punches. She can do things like level 1 focus dash through, dash punches and punish. She gets 4 reps on him standing. Not that many on him crouching. But she gets enough on him standing to make it worthwhile. And a lot of the times when she's going to hit him with the double fierce is when he's standing anyway. You have just got to hold it though when he's in. If he does manage to get in and he starts abusing the jabs and the walk forward throw pressure, tick throw, you have got to hold it with Chun. You can EX spinning bird. But a lot of the time it's just best to hold it and then try and get out of the situation, like throw him or try and knock him down, and then use down forward heavy kick to get out of the corner. Yeah, I agree. I think it's 6-4 Chun.
Okay, got that one on our list. Let's go to another old school matchup, Vega. There's another matchup I have not seen, and I'm curious as to how that actually goes down. I'm assuming very grounded.
I love that matchup. Because I can play Chun the way I want to play Chun.
I don't know. I typically don't have trouble with Vega, but when I'm playing against like Zeus and Dave, I have a lot of trouble.
But Zeus is definitely just another kind of beast. And Dave is also an amazing player too. But, I mean, that's the pinnacle of the character, in my opinion, is going to be those two guys. So if they're giving you problems, it might also be the character. It could be them too, though. I don't know.
I think Zeus needs to get his own row on our matchup chart because he's come up in every single discussion so far.
But it's
like,
true.
yeah, I do well against that character, but not against Zeus. He's in his own thing. So I think we should just add him as the last character.
Let me just put him after Zangief. It does work alphabetically. What is a Zeus matchup chart?
There's meant to be.
You know, fun fact, there's a Smash Bros. Player who played Mewtwo. His name was Taj. There was actually a tier list, and they put Mewtwo low, and they put Taj Mewtwo as like mid-tier. They actually did that. It's online.
That's funny.
So
Zeus will just down back you for 99 seconds.
he's gonna do what it takes to win. He's gonna do the right thing and make the minimal amount of risk possible to win. Very intelligent play. But if you had to put a number on it, what are you guys gonna go with here? Because is it just Zeus? Because if it's just Zeus, then it could just be not a bad matchup, and Zeus is excellent and is good at fighting Chun-Li. Or is it something where you do think there's an advantage either way?
There are things that Zeus does. He's not abusing certain things like Cosmic Heal and putting himself into unsafe situations. If he sticks to just normals, I think Vega wins.
I think Vega has the better pokes, obviously.
Chun cannot sweep him. She cannot do EX legs on him unless it's going to hit.
I forgot. Yeah, cross medium punch, wall dive. Yeah, it's gonna get a party started.
Wall dive combo. Yep.
Yeah, he does have punishes on other characters where other characters don't have punishes. Yeah, the crouch medium punch, EX wall dive.
Even without claw, he has enough range to punish it.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's for decent damage too. Definitely decent damage for one bar. Yeah, I'll take it all day.
Chun's only 950, so.
Oh yeah, definitely then.
Yeah, just getting hit by it, you definitely just don't like it either.
I won't use the sweep as much in that matchup. If a claw shows me that they can consistently punish that, I will not use the sweep. But it's still very difficult to play footsies with claw. The jump as well, the jumping heavy punch.
Jumping hard
the
kick.
roundhouse too.
Yeah.
Both those buttons.
It's very difficult to anti-air with Chun's grounded normals. Sometimes
you can't crouch strong and low profile.
Yeah, I just get out of there. I'm just going to focus backdash. Once Chun gets in, if she can use the level 1 focus to, get point blank at +1, it's very favourable to Chun. She does 3 reps on claw into sweep. She can do some very big damage on him, and he obviously has no decent reversal. So he just has to hold it. He just has to hold that. I've never struggled against the claw, but I've never played a claw.
Oh, don't you start that!
I've never.
We need to fly washed up over here so we can play Zeus.
I need to.
It's We're gonna have the washed up Kumite in the U.S. We're gonna fly him to New York City and just everybody. Oh, what do you think about this matchup? Yo, fly him in. This guy's been talking shit.
Him down.
So
it's alright. It's actually terrible. Yeah.
So what do you think though? Because it sounds like you're leaning towards Zeus because Zeus is gonna play it right. But let's just keep it at the pinnacle of the game. So if that's what Vega has to win, is to ditch the extra stuff. Let's just say. And stick with buttons. If that's what it takes, then that's what it takes.
You could look at my matches against El Cubano Loco.
Mm.
He's not a bad player by any stretch. but
I don't like how you phrase that, but I get what you're saying.
the stark reality. No, he's not. But the stark reality and the difference of playstyle between him versus Zeus. I'm going to beat Cubano a whole lot more consistently than I'm ever going to beat Zeus, because Zeus just sticks to using the normals and making you mess up rather than going for constant setups and trickery.
That makes sense. It's going to be a very fundamental game. Dry in a way if you're not into technical gameplay and super solid stuff. But yeah, no, I definitely see where you're coming from. So I would say, yeah, I'm not sure. Is it even? Is it just depend on the player? It sounds even. If it depends on the player, it sounds even.
I would never put it as 6-4 claw. Never.
No.
So the worst it could ever be, in my eyes, would probably be 5.5, 4.5. I still see it as 6-4 Chun. Maybe at push 5.5 Chun, 4.5.
So you know what? I think the big point though that I need to lock in on and home in on is that Exeter's saying if you're not of a certain caliber, he should run through you as a Vega player. The average Vega,
it comes down to play styles. Period. In that matchup, it comes down to play styles. If you have a Vega that's just going to be like using heel kick to just constantly try to get in, you're going to eat them alive.
I could see it being 6-4 then, because if it really comes down to them limiting their tool set and having to play this specific way to win, and not to dominate, just to win, right? It's got to be disadvantageous. Yeah, that's just how I'm seeing it.
When you're playing against a Vega that's just using normals, you're going to get so irritated because there's not much that she can do against his normals. They're hard to whip punish. They come out really fast.
She's got a fireball though.
Yeah, she does.
True.
He doesn't have a fireball. She has a fireball. There's a big difference, and it's not one of those matchups where you have to forget you've got a fireball as Chun. You can use the fireball against Claw.
But her fireball is also really easy to react to.
Yeah, but you can at least throw it out in that matchup.
Yeah, you gotta
sure.
throw it out a bit.
Yeah, and also the level 1 focus as well. Like, if Claw's walking forward and poking you, he doesn't have charge. So you can kind of get a sense of when he doesn't have charge. And if he walks forward and he's poking, you can level 1 focus him, and you're in, and you're at +1. And that's it. You're in, you're at +1.
That's really strong in that matchup.
When I'm playing Zeus and Dave trying to do that, they're doing jab, crouch strong, and those link together really quick.
Yeah, so you're at a range where the crouch jab hits you. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so I got that one as 6-4 in Chun's favor over Vega. It seems like a clear advantage unless somebody is really of caliber of sound knowledge to compete with you.
I beat Dave just using Honda butt slams.
What an anomaly Street Fighter 4 is. What a beautiful game this is, right? That's a real thing that could happen. But let's keep moving here. Let's go.
It is really cool to see, like, where you'll lose to somebody, and then they'll lose to another person really badly that you beat really badly.
People are like, "Why are you losing to that guy? He does this," and it's like, "Dude, what the fuck, man? I don't know."
that's the game, man.
Let's run through these charge characters real quick. How does Chun-Li do against Guile? I don't think I've seen this at a high level, or I don't remember it at a high level.
Guile's a lot like fighting poison. He's really hard to deal with.
Yeah, I've played this a lot. I think it's 5.5 Guile.
I would agree with that.
He can down forward heavy kick over Hazanshu.
Yep.
Really?
Yeah, because Hazanshu doesn't hit until it's on the ground.
That makes sense. Yeah.
If you watch Jiho play against Valmaster, I mean, for starters, Val plays the match 2 aggro as Chun, which is why he loses, but Jiho makes really good use of Guile's tools. Guile can hardcore turtle that matchup. Chun builds more meter at full screen, so she gets more meter from phone. But the fact that you can't jump on Guile because of Chun's jump and Guile's anti-airs, you can You have to use his Anshu to go over Sonic Booms, but you can't unless you space it.
Yeah, because he can jump cross up over his own fireball and hit you.
Yeah. So it's very, very difficult to get in on Guile from those ranges. And if you're fighting a Guile that's competent on defense up close, it's very hard to deal with that as well. So Guile can OS Crouch Tech with Crouch Fierce to beat Zanchu throw mix up. Chun does have a safe jump and a lot of mix-ups of forward throw. She can do forward throw, dash jump, heavy kick. Flash kick flies out the other side. She can use kind of down forward heavy kick on him a little bit to take away his forward back charge. She has a lot of jumping setups that do make flash kick whiff or fly out the other side. She gets three reps of the loop. 3 reps of the loop into Fireball FADC. She does a lot of damage on him when she hits him, and he's a low stun character, so she stuns him very quickly. The matchup, do you know what? The matchup has only been getting more difficult for me the more I play it, which kind of leads me to believe that it's a little bit in Guile's favour.
I'd definitely put it in Guile's favor, just because mainly it's the Sonic Boom, the like Sonic Boom.
Wow, so slight. So 4.5 slight.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see that. That's what I put in the list.
Yeah,
That's what it seemed like from what you guys were saying. I can definitely hear that one. What other charge carries? We got DJ. I think that Chun-Li beats DJ probably 6'4". Nothing crazy.
I would agree with that. 6'4".
Yeah. Yeah, I mean the Punishes Ultra 1/7 frame, EXO
a little different online.
For sure.
I would still say Chun wins just because the knee dive is really hard to deal with online.
I think there are ranges where DJ's jumping is very problematic for Chun. She can't use stand medium kick. She cannot low profile with low forward at certain ranges, and the kind of mix of knee shot versus like regular jumping at those ranges is difficult to deal with. But in the zoning match, she deals with his forward moving specials very well. She does ridiculous damage off of Crouch Fierce loops on him because he sticks his hand out when she's comboing him, like DJ does. He's like got that big hand that he sticks out.
Please damage me.
Yeah, it's like please hit me for.
Please, sir, may I have some more? More? Here's 50%.
She can do. I remember seeing Vivi do a 259 hit combo on DJ in the corner, and that was like a full meter combo. So she gets ridiculous damage on him, even without Ultra attached. DJ Vortex, is it a problem for Chun? Yeah.
He can jump on her. Her jumps not her wake up options aren't terrible. You just can't be careless because EX Bird is 8.
Yeah.
So that gives him some wiggle room if he manages to get a knockdown where he can pressure.
He doesn't.
I think
he deal a lot of damage.
EXSPK, I think that's 6 frames.
Is it 6?
Does it? Yeah, he doesn't.
Yeah,
deal
he can
lot
get
of
a
damage.
he can get a. It depends. DJ does do damage depending on what the situation is. Like he gets good punish damage, but in neutral and footsies, he's not gonna get a lot.
Yes, it's 6 frames.
6 frames. Okay, so that's still not bad. It's safe jumpable. You can manually time something like that, but too loose, you're gonna get messed up for that. But yeah, that's a pretty straightforward 6'4". That one's been historically 6'4". How does she do against DiCaprio? I can see DiCaprio being annoying. A lot of movement, a lot of options, good anti-airing.
Yeah, it's another unoptimized character that doesn't want to play Street Fighter.
Yeah,
knock you down.
I feel like Chun-Li wins.
She has the hard blockable on DiCaprio, which is actually it's even harder for DiCaprio to get out of than Kami. I feel if she does Stinger, you get that glitch where Chun-Li teleports from one side of her to the other.
Yep.
And you get that glitch with Stinger where you end up behind, but then you end up in front. Yeah, I mean, the mix-ups, the DiCaprio mix-ups, you have to keep her at a certain range. Yeah, keep her at like 3/4 screen and deal with the shenanigans.
Yeah,
if she goes for,
they don't know how to deal with a turtle playstyle.
Yeah, I feel like if I played a competent player that moved to DiCaprio, then it might be problematic.
But just the Capri alone, I'm okay.
Yeah, like new players come into the game, they pick up the Capri. It teaches everything about them about Street Fighter that they shouldn't know, and then they just, you know, they're like mashing jab to get hands. They think that the game just revolves around knockdown and mix-ups, which it does to a certain extent, but you have to be able to engage in that space. But obviously not with the Capri. You don't have to.
You can air quotes circumvent footsies with her.
Yeah, and you can just stay full screen and just look for the chance. Look for the chance to land one of the dashes into the sweep or into the dive kick, or even to go over the top. If she tries to go over the top, you can use crouch low forward to make it whiff. So if she's trying to get out of a situation, you can do that. She gets quite good damage on Capri. Chun does. Off of the EX legs anywhere on screen.
But her loop reps are weak in that match.
She can punish light punch hands on block.
Yep. With jab, fierce punch.
Yep. Or crouch light kick EX legs. Or super.
So what do we have for?
I guess we haven't really talked about the dominance that is Chun super in a lot of those matchups as well, which does actually affect a lot of the matchups.
Super dynamic, changes every match.
Oh, absolutely.
It's such a strong tool and really a unique tool to have such a fast punish, you know.
Yeah, I mean, against Rog, when you get super, you just completely shut him down. Like,
his only safe option is like EX upper.
Yeah, or like dash punch FADC back or something like that, which might still get caught.
In which case, I mean, if you're rocking Ultra W, you can just think of that.
Yeah. So yeah, the super does change the matchup a lot.
Against the Capri.
Against, I would say.
Well, I know a lot of the match. Yeah, for sure. But I mean, we're talking about the Capri just right now. So, against the Capri, how pivotal is it to have the super as opposed to getting the damage for 2 bars?
Not
as.
No. Yeah, I just thought I'd bring it up because we might have missed it in the other matchups about how pivotal it was in some other matchups. But yeah,
you touched upon it in the Balrog matchup for sure. Yeah. You're gonna get super a lot there on the rush punches and anything.
Yeah. I guess we're coming on to Bison soon, so we'll be able to talk about the super a lot more then.
Oh yeah, so the Capri, give us a number, we can hop over to Bison. I'm sure there's some Gaga Paval Master footage I can throw on for us. But what number you got on that one?
6'4" Chun.
Yeah.
6'4" Chun. Okay.
Yeah, you get super. He also can't really do anything.
No, I'm talking about the Capri. Is that one 6'4"? Is this one?
Yeah, I think that's 6'4" Chun too.
And then Bison as well, 6'4" Chun.
Yeah, I mean,
man, it's a lot of sixes for Chun Li. Holy cow!
Yeah, we would be
the highest character.
I think so.
Every time we do a character, it does better than the previous ones. Like I can't believe how high Blanca was.
Blanca ended up even. I thought Blanca was going to be lower.
Yeah, but he's higher than Abel.
Which was surprising because I think Valmaster's list was pretty good.
But yeah.
But let me pull up this Bison footage.
We didn't think she was good.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I think I made most people who will play like characters that are, you know, like air quote low tier. Like I play Gen. I think he's a good character. Like you think Chun's a good character, you wouldn't play if you think they're a bad character. It'd be so foolish to be like, oh, I play this character even though I think they're bad. Like
it's a very common misconception, I think, that Chun is mid-tier in this game.
No, a lot of people are starting to fan the flames and say that she's higher tier. I know a bunch thinks she's the best character in the game. I think Seth's the best character in the game. But I definitely see how Chun-Li is at least A tier though. At first I didn't see it, but it just requires a knowledge and skill. It's not somebody that can be picked up and mastered and perform that well and you feel she's A tier. But the depth of the character is absolutely there. And I think that's what provides the high rating.
Yeah, and anyone just picking her up, they're not going to do as well as Tuddy does. It's just not going to happen.
No, and that's not even talking execution. That's decision making and the whole and everything.
Yeah, I mean, I learned Chun backwards. I learned the loops first, and then I learned how to play her.
Well,
And
like Ghost was even saying when we were talking the other day, he's like, you know, I can do loops, and I don't have them down consistently. And he goes, but he goes, you're the better Chun-Li player because you're more familiar with all of those different situations. He's like, and I'm just looking to land loops all the time.
Yeah, he can hurt you and kill you, but he's not going to be able to beat you and outclass you.
Yeah, and he likes jumping as well.
Oh yeah,
she's bad if she's Chun-Li.
So that was another easy 6-4, and so we were saying the super. I definitely want you to talk about that before we move on to another character real quick. But so I'm assuming EX Cycle Crusher free, scissors free, anything that's not light kick scissors done, slide you're gonna super. Light kick scissors.
Light kick scissors. Yep, it's -2. So
it's 2. I thought it was -1. Are you sure?
It's -2.
Oh,
basically,
you know they've supered that. They know it's -2. You know they've done it.
If you did that, I thought it would have been safe. I thought it was 1 frame off. Wow.
We had this discussion, right? We had this discussion about super, Chun's super, right? And she's got light kick super, medium kick super, heavy kick super, and they've each got different properties, okay? And it's something to do with the way that the frame rounding works when they've buffed or nerfed moves in this game, okay? So Chun can punish every -1 special with her medium kick super, right? And I've tried it in training room, it works. However, she can't punish a lot of -1 normals with her super.
And she's going to be able to cover the horizontal range because that's the only variable I would be worried about. But she's going to be able to cover that with the super.
It must be something to do with the frame rounding of the animation between the flash and hitting the super. Let's say that Bison's scissors is -1.7 or something, -1.6, which means that she can punish all versions of scissors when she has super, which drastically changes this matchup when she has super. It turns it from a 6-4 Chun into like a 7-3 Chun. You just can't do anything. Can't pressure her at all.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to chip. You're not going to be able to do anything. Yeah.
I've played Basti actually in the first 10. He beat me. So that was a few years ago now.
6-4 Bison.
Yeah. No, I mean even when I play Gagapower and he stomps on my head and trounces me, we still both agree that it's 6-4 Chun. You know, I can get beaten by a better player and still admit that the matchup's in my favour.
I think that's a true strength, though. I respect that.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, I just think that Chun doesn't have to OS, and it's the same with Bison's escape options. You don't have to OS Bison's escapes. You can actually react to all of them. If Chun blocks EX Psycho, she can Ultra 1 it, which leads me to the Ultra choice for that matchup, because it's been a conflict of mine for a long time about what Ultra to use against Bison.
Spinning about kick.
You could argue.
Thanks for foul tomorrow.
I like both ultras in that match.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue double, you could argue Ultra 2, you could argue Ultra 1. The Ultra 1 punishes blocked EX Psycho. The Ultra 1 can punish Devil's Reverse, full screen Devil's Reverse, so you can like dash forward Ultra 1 it. But then, you know, you get the guaranteed combo into Ultra 2. So it's always, when I'm picking Ultra versus Bison, it's always pretty much down to the Bison, what the Bison does. And landing the auto-correct Ultra 1 against the blocked EX Psycho is pretty difficult as well. There's the error.
I like to rock the double in that match because when I have super, it's double threat, because then you can make them burn their meter to try to FADC backdash, and you just Hosenka.
Yeah,
that makes sense. It's a good strategy.
Yeah, it's one of those matchups where the kind of traditional Chun of throw the fireball and walk behind it works very well against Bison.
Alright, so that's an easy 6-4. How do you guys do against... Alright, let's do some easy throwaways. 6-4 for Chun-Li against Dan, or does Dan secretly cause problems with the active frames on the light kick, Dan kick?
Does Dan cause anybody problems?
Give me 1 second.
No, I mean, evidently no. Dan gives Abel problems.
No, that match is free.
I guess the question is, because we've said that Ken versus Chun is 6-4, do we think that Dan versus Chun is worse than Ken versus Chun? Because if it is, then Dan, it has to be 6.5, 3.5.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, Chun can just like her stand fierce punch just wrecks Dan's day.
You can throw out sweep because none of his Dan kicks have invincibility. So you can just throw it out. She doesn't really struggle to anti-air him, even though he can change his jump art with Dan kicks. She can low profile his strings into light Dan kick with low forward. She just does similar loops to the Shotos. He's just an easy Shoto at the end of the day. He doesn't have a good fireball. She does. She can turtle him very, very hard. And he can't do a whole lot. Played Ixian's Dan a bunch. Never ever lost a set against Ixian's Dan with Chun or Kami. And I actually found it easier as Chun than as Kami.
Wow.
I think because he's got more matchup experience against Kami.
It's more necessary information to have for tournament victories.
This is Skatan, who was probably one of the most inspirational Chuns to me when I first started playing as well. Skatan, very, very, very good Chun back in the day. And this is in the early days of Ixian Dan, I think. Very technical Chun player, Skatan.
I can tell by how he's moving. There's very few wasted frames, very precise.
Yeah.
That's what I love about Street Fighter 4. Street Fighter 4, within moments of clashing with somebody, I can tell where they're at. In Street Fighter and other Street Fighter games, I have a hard time telling if somebody's as strong as I might think they are. But in this game, I think it's very easy to tell if you do understand the game. Another character I don't think we talked about. I mean, we did mention Dawson being low tier. How does Chun-Li fare against him? Because I don't think I've seen that played at a high level either.
Been playing the matchup a lot more recently because on Xbox, I don't know if you remember Yoga Flame.
Yeah, of course.
He still plays on Xbox, but he will openly admit he hasn't been playing the game as much as me. There's a tiny bit of a skill gap there, but it can still be a problem for Chun. Obviously, I've got Kami on the back burner that I can just bring out against Sim if I'm really getting annoyed by it. But I don't find it too bad. When I've watched Val versus a Sim, he abuses the focus forward dash to get through the limbs.
Yep.
And just to get in on Sim and just do ridiculous damage, which is what she does. She does 3 reps in the corner into FADC. She can stun him very quickly. You can kind of empty jump him, I think, to cause a lot of his anti-airs to whiff. Stand heavy kick's useful in the matchup for when he goes for jump back shenanigans. So whenever you're close to a Sim, you know he
can't wake up and teleport away either.
Yeah. You know that you're going to get either the back dash, the jump back, the teleport back. Basically, it's something where he doesn't want to be there. So Valmaster, the style of Valmaster is he will just triple dash at you and not respect the Sim.
I don't see why you wouldn't do that. It doesn't do enough damage to really deter you. You know, you have to make too many repeated mistakes for Dawson to hit you hard. And I feel like the only way for Dawson to beat you is for the Dawson to be better than you.
Yes, I agree totally.
So
it's just so difficult. It's like I keep saying to Sim players, I says this to Yoga Flame, I'm like, what do you do when I'm -6, -7, -8 in front of you? And he's like, oh, like throw or
back medium kick fireball.
Damage? Yeah.
I mean, back medium kick flame. Yeah. That's nothing
what
though.
Is your deterrent? Yeah, it's nothing. And probably throw is better because it gets them far. It gets you full screen.
It depends on your philosophy. Yeah.
It's admittedly I probably haven't played a real smart Sim that's just the real smart player that has caused me issues. But you're right. Like if you're playing a smart Sim, it's just gonna probably make me throw my joystick out the window. There's nothing worse than keeping a rush down player out.
So that leads me to the number though. So you're saying even with Yoga Flame not being as practiced as you are, he can still make it annoying.
It can still be annoying, yeah. I mean, yeah, I would say it's in Chun's favor though, but not really heavily. Giving a lot of credit to real smart Dell Sims. It's certainly not one of Sim's really bad matchups.
Okay.
Maybe I'm being too generous, but 5.5 Chun, 1.5 Sim. Maybe I'm being too generous to Sim there. It could be as bad as 6-4 Chun, but I just think I haven't played enough smart Sims really. You play a smart Sim and it's so frustrating.
Yeah, it's very annoying.
Okay, so we got that one down. I think we got Chun Honda. I know Honda.
That's terrible for Honda.
Yeah, can't change the jump arc. You're gonna have like 8 different buttons to anti-air. Super ultra punishing any headbutt. Supering. Have you super punished butt slams? Is that a thing too?
It sure is.
It sure is.
He's like, I got a clip right here. I'm ready.
SNK can tell you all about it. We play like at least once a week.
So let's put the 6er there.
Now, when Honda can get in, he can do ridiculous damage to Chun-Li.
Yeah.
But it's a big struggle for him to get in.
But one mistake and he's back out, and it's back to the nightmare.
Yeah. I feel like Honda is a real true test of your ability to anti-air as Chun-Li.
Yes, because his jumping strong is so hard to deal with.
Yeah. A Honda player, the mentality of a Honda player when he jumps at you is the jumping failed, let's use a different button. That's the mentality.
I play Honda on the side, and that is exactly the mentality. Like, medium didn't work? I think it might be a roundhouse or a fierce scenario. Let's try that.
It's true, though. And that's why, for me, a lot of times I will go just for the air-to-air against Honda, like neutral jump, roundhouse. Because that jumping medium punch, it just stuffs literally everything that she throws out to try. Like, you can't trip guard it, and if you do, it trades. And it stuffs down forward light kick, but you could do down forward light kick on his other jump ins, and you could do stand medium kick on his other jump ins. But that jump strong, man, that button is annoying.
So that one's the easy 6-4, but that's just typical Honda stuff. I don't feel like.
Well, that's like if Honda does hands and not all of them connect, you're getting super punished.
You better be super aware of that matchup then. Good lord.
I've hit SNK with it.
I gotta see that.
And even on his standard B&B, if you have super and he does the B&B that ends in heavy kick, you can super it on hit.
Damn.
Huh. That seems mad whack.
I would not be happy if that happened. Like, if I played you, like, let me just mess around with my B tier, C tier characters, and you super me, I'm like, you know what? I think I need to stop playing today, because I don't know what the hell just happened. That's sick.
Another nice thing about that match is that you can use Hosenka as an anti-air. So you got Honda in the corner, you can back away, throw a long range fireball. They just neutral jump or even do stop sign. As soon as they jump, you just throw Hosenka out. You got a free ultra punish.
Oh, that sounds way worse than what I thought it was then. Let's see. We haven't gone over. We got most of the old classic characters done. Let's go. We got a couple left. See if we can speed through these. Cody. Cody hits like a bus. Got some solid buttons. But how does that interact with what Chun-Li's kid is trying to do? I'm having a hard time putting that together in my head.
I don't think Cody wins that match. If he gets in, it's hard to deal with, but you keep him at your stand strong, stand fierce punch range, he's losing.
No crouch medium kick, no can't wiggle in and at least get a little shifty, nothing. Just straightforward.
I think that Chun just walks all over Cody.
So you get Cody in ranked, you're like, all right, cool. Let me send some text.
I'm not typically scared of a Cody. It's the Codys that you don't know what they're gonna do. That's when it becomes a little more
When they're spinning the wheel and just doing stuff on wake up and throwing you off your game.
Yeah.
And as for loops on Cody, before we cover another character, what are you getting here?
That would be a question for Looper. He'd know more about how many reps you could get, because I don't know.
Is he here? Maybe he muted himself. Yeah,
I'm pretty sure you can get at least 2. He's a decent sized hitbox.
Hello, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
I'd accidentally pulled the cable out. There we go. So she gets 3.
3?
She gets 3 into sweep. Yeah, the last hit of the loop is a bit of a strange one because it hits. There's a gap of about 2 or 3 hits, and then it just hits once. So you have to be ready on the sweep afterwards.
Gotcha. It's still plus 7, though, right?
Yeah, it is still plus 7 because it hits on the last hit. So yeah, it's not really worth going for FADC stuff against him. It's 3 reps into sweep with a guaranteed safe jump. Obviously, EX criminal upper you can throw. The mix up of the hop kick into EX zonk or throw. I like to use jump back tech against that. So that mix up can be annoying. Chun gets punishes on zonk. She can get crouch fierce punishes. She can ultra punish. I like ultra 1 in the matchup. Chun can anti-air Cody with close heavy kick. If he tries to jump in above her head level, close heavy kick is really strong anti-air against Cody. He does have some stuff. Yes, he hits like an absolute tank. If you get hit by a forward medium punch, you're gonna eat a lot of damage into setup. Some of his setups are actually nasty as well. Played a bit against Pax when he was active. Cody has a really annoying option select in footsies against Chun, which is crouch jab, option select, medium kick ruffian. Now Cody's crouch jab is like a wall. It's like an actual wall. And if you're walking forward with Chun pressing buttons, you get hit by a random crouch jab, you're eating a medium kick ruffian into knockdown into setup. So
sounds like Zangief's buffer green hand.
Yeah, it is. Except that do you know what? The crouching jab is just so ridiculous. It's nearly as ridiculous as his crouching light kick, which is also pretty ridiculous. But yeah, I feel like I agree. I like fighting Cody. It's definitely in Chun's favor for me.
No, it's looking like, from what I'm seeing, BJ Unchained, it doesn't seem like Valmaster's doing anything different. He's able to press the pace. He's moving where he wants to. It doesn't seem like he's fighting around BJ Unchained. Like when BJ Unchained gets a hit, yeah, he's guessing, but that's a Street Fighter guess. It's not a Chun-Li exclusive thing, you know, or situation he's putting him in. So I'm gonna put the 6 there.
He's got a pretty poor backdash, Cody.
Yeah.
If you try and do neutral jump shenanigans on Cody, he can actually forward dash because he ducks quite low when he forward dashes.
I've been forward dashed on by Cody. It's not fun.
Yeah. You got to be prepared for that. His slide can be annoying as well to deal with.
I was also upset they buffed that slide too. I thought it was fine the way it was, at least space. Yeah. Now it's -2 on the first active frame or something like that. I was like, okay, like Capcom, yeah. He needed that, right? Yeah. Whatever. They got us back with. Yeah.
A lot of people don't realize you can ultra between the crouch light kick and the criminal upper as well. It's not a true string.
Okay.
So
criminal upper is pretty fast. I'm surprised it's not. Okay.
You can.
I think it's a light kick though.
What about EX criminal upper? Is that a true string? Or are they all?
That I'm not sure, but okay. I have definitely ultra'd Cody in between light kick and criminal upper, regular criminal upper. You can actually focus backdash it and react to the criminal upper and just ultra that if you Chun. So jabs into light kick, focus backdash the light kick, react to the criminal upper with ultra 1. It's quite difficult to do. You just need to practice it a little bit. It's kind of like
I've recently added backdash ultra to my arsenal.
It's kind of like the Oni scenario where he'll do a block string into light kick slash, and if you focus backdash the normal that's being cancelled into the light kick slash, you can punish the light kick slash. So yeah, there is that. Cody 6-4 for me.
Okay, and let me ask you this next matchup, because I think this character is good anti-fireball. Kept getting buffed. Shit ton of damage. You know what I'm talking about, man. I think Dudley is secretly underrated. People know how good he is, but I don't think people put him as high as I would. I think Dudley might be secret A tier easily.
I think Chun beats Dudley.
I could see that too.
Yeah,
But I think he's
6-4,
definitely
I
better
think.
than people might actually know. I hope the numbers prove me right.
Chun does ridiculous damage on Dudley. Chun gets 4 reps standing.
Ooh.
Oof.
So, and she gets up to about 380, 390 on an FADC or 2 bars into knockdown, into safe jump. But he can do ridiculous damage on her. Obviously the trick with Chun against Dudley is to use the focus backdash against his pressure. If you are raw backdashing his pressure, you're going to eat a forward fierce. I think it's 6-4. I mean, Chun, she can safe jump him, so forward throw, dash, double jumping fierce is safe jump against his options. If he tries EX duck out of it, you can OS low forward into EX legs. You can do the thing where you can throw a fireball and then you can low profile with crouch medium punch to catch any of the dashes through the fireball. You have to be careful of Dudleys that like spamming the is it stand heavy kick, OS EX machine gun blow. So a lot of Dudleys will do that in footsies because that move is so good at tagging pokes. So you have to be careful of that.
That's why my favorite poke in that match is just low crouch strong.
Yeah, it's very good. He can't do a lot about it.
He can do the sweep where I guess it's a sweep where he throws out both of his hands and throws you up. That's the only button he can do anything about that button.
Yeah, against his jump-ins can be annoying. But the low profile deals with his jump-ins. You can ultra his sweep, and you can also ultra his crouching medium kick on block. Because he's got 2 sweeps, he's got the medium kick and the heavy kick. You can ultra both of those. But this is a matchup where I wouldn't take ultra 1. I would probably take either ultra 2 or double.
I usually rock double.
Yeah, it can be, obviously, if Dudley gets the knockdown and Chun has no meter, it can be very difficult. You have to make good use of the focus backdash. So you maybe have to block a few shorts and a few jabs and then use the focus backdash. Dudley has to make a read to punish you for focus backdashing. You can't really option select it.
I'm surprised he has trouble option selecting it, considering his horizontal movement options. But with Chun-Li's backdash, I'm not surprised she would be, her Rose would be the exception there.
I mean, he can straight up option select her regular backdash, and he does very well. But if you're absorbing the first hit, he's going to have to try and react to the backdash.
Okay.
And there's not a lot he can do except try and chase her down with like a forward dash, and just try and stay on top of her. A lot of Dudleys, if they expect the backdash on wake up, will just jump at you, will stand in front of you and jump at you because they know you're backdashing. But it's only when a Dudley pins you down and makes you respect their options on your backdash, then you're in real trouble. So just don't stop doing it. Don't stop, abuse the focus backdash. Get out of there and then make him come to you again. I played a lot of kind of high level Dudleys. I used to play with Gil a lot. There's a guy I play offline with who uses Dudley, and they all say that fighting Chun-Li is like playing against a brick wall.
I can see every turn you're gonna get smacked, and 50 here, 80 here, 60 there.
Yeah.
Hold on, I think I've had Vowmaster versus somebody on my playlist playing Elena. I did want to cover that. Is it Game Review on my list?
Just making an assumption.
Yeah, it might be. Let me see. But I did want to talk about Elena. She's very problematic. But how did it play out for you guys? Is it something that maybe you guys did better after the game went away, or was it something you guys knew early on?
I
What do you
feel like
think?
there was an element of nobody really kind of knew how to punish Alina's stuff at the start. I feel like she's been figured out a little bit more now, certainly more than someone like Poison. Chun was in a very kind of special place against Alina with having a fireball that she can't slide under.
Yep.
So Chun can actually zone Alina very good. And Alina has always traditionally been a poor man's Chun-Li, which is kind of what she is.
That is true.
And you only have to watch Infiltration's matches against Gamer B to realise how dry and drawn out the match is.
You mean
and
this
how-
set?
and how, yeah. And
Yeah,
how
I've watched
OP
that set, and it's just,
Yeah.
ugh.
You know what?
So-
But Infiltration knows how to win. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
it does.
I think he's
This
the
is where you
best
have to
historical Street Fighter 4 player, and I think he's the best because he knows how to win, and he'll put everything aside to win.
And there's a reason that he picks Chun against Alina.
And when I played Bunch in a tournament fairly recently, and he started with Elena, but I forced him off of Elena.
So Chun, yeah, she can't slide, and with Elena, I always say to people that when you're playing the mid range against Elena, you should block high and react to lows, which is completely different to what you would do against most characters in Street Fighter 4, which is block low and react to highs. But you can't EX Mallet Smasher. You can't really feasibly react to that
No, that shit's so fast.
Nah.
as well as you can with, say, and also Elena's slide and her sweep, they don't lead to much. Whereas if you get hit by an EX Mallet Smasher, you're getting comboed. So it's better to block high and react to lows. And the fireball helps in the fact that she can't slide it. So she has to jump or do what Gamerby does so well, which is just basically absorb the fireballs, get Ultra 2, and then be in a position where he can go in and know that he can get that life back. It's such a dry matchup. I feel like Chun does okay. I feel like it's a 5-5. Obviously, Alina has still got things that are very problematic. The crouching light punch is busted. You know, the fact that a DP is pretty busted in the fact that I think it's meant to be there's no invincibility frames on it, but I'm always getting hit by it.
No, it's too good for what it is. I think
Yeah.
somebody who has all that should not have a DP as effective. I wouldn't say it's good, but it's definitely effective.
You can actually, with Chun-Li, you can sweep Alina on Wake Up at a range where if she does Wake Up DP, it hits Chun once, but doesn't knock her down, and she flies up and you can punish Alina. So you can throw out a kind of meaty sweep on Alina's Wake Up, but that stuff is minus. So just if you're expecting some sort of Wake Up DP, you can do that and you can be safe. And there are a lot of characters in the cast that can do that. Alina's DP will hit you once and then it will fly up and you'll be free to punish. She only gets 1 rep on Alina. I think you can get 2 at certain spacings, like after a focus crumple, just because you end up closer to the character. But she is another character where you have to alter your B&Bs just because of her hurt box. But it's not as problematic as Poison.
I don't think it can be. The poison stuff, I was like, thank God nobody plays her because it's not. I don't like dealing with the different hurt boxes and stuff.
Yeah. That's why I use her now.
Even some of like, you know, as a charge character, right? You have your emergency confirms, like, I need charge, you know, I caught this stray hit. Against poison, I have to stop that feeling and hone in onto where, when, how, and what do I have left, and if I'm even gonna get charge, because I'm cutting it short or changing or modifying the combo. But I think not being able to slide the fireball and forcing her to jump and play a more grounded game or more honest game is definitely not something I expected. I forgot about her not being able to slide all the fireballs. I think she gets under DJ so easily, and Guile's the characters I tried against her early on, that it just put it in my head like that slide's gonna be everything. It's not. It's no Blanca slide.
Yeah, it's not as good, and she doesn't get a lot off of it. It's not like
Yeah, she gets a
it's not
button,
like
a
she's-
meaty or something, right?
Yeah, it's not like she's a setups machine, is she? She's kind of she's a pokey character that does a lot of damage off of overhead confirms.
Yeah.
And I guess a lot of the Alenas that I'm seeing now in the Japanese arcades, they're making good use of a close heavy kick, kind of comboing in and out of that and scoring counter hits, which we weren't seeing at the start with Elena. A lot of it was unpunished mallet smashers, unpunished lynx tails, and Chun gets punishes very easily on those. She's got 4-frame EX legs that she can use, although it does whiff in some scenarios. You have to be careful. She can use her sweep, she can use her low forward. It's easier for her to punish those moves than other characters.
Nice big punish here by Infiltration.
Yeah.
Is this Ultra? Does he not get a knockdown off of that?
No, he used medium kick spinning bird.
Okay.
Yeah, so the medium kick spinning bird doesn't knock down, but it leaves you at +2.
+2, yep.
And what would you say the matchup is, though? The number, if you were going to put one on this.
I would say it's 5-5. Healing is a big thing still. You've got to kill her 3 times, especially with Chun, because you're going to be throwing a lot of fireballs. She's going to be focused backdashing them. You're going to have to kill her multiple times.
You're gonna have to kill her multiple times. It's like what is it? What's his name in Third Strike? Q taunting.
Yeah, you just have to try not to get annoyed by the fact that you're going to get her down to 30% and she's going to knock you down and run away to the corner and heal. And then
steal them round too. You know what I mean? Look at it. He's gonna land this combo. If he heals, Paul. The hype ad. The suspense.
Perfect timing.
Look at that. Healing up back like you're better than me. That's Street Fighter.
I outplayed him.
Yeah, outplayed him.
Don't get hit.
Yeah. Nah, I'm a self-professed gamer B hater. But I respect it though. I'm a fake hater. I respect it. I just don't like it.
I think I remember when Pro Fluke went over to Evo and he said he beat him like 3-0 in a money match. Gamer B asked him for a run back and he was like, nope.
I respect that. Backdash the run back.
He's like, no run back for you.
We take those.
Yeah, sure. For real. And I'm telling all my American friends. El Fuerte. I don't like fighting El Fuerte. I have a personal bias, so I refrain from speaking on the character. But you guys are the experts. Fill me in on Chun-Li El Fuerte.
When I play Luke, Pro Fluke, if I want an easier time, I'll pick Kami. Chun, although saying that, I don't think Chun does too badly. EX Spinning Bird on Wake Up is okay versus Elf. She can punish. She gets some good punishes on Q-Bomb, Ultra, back medium kick into Ultra 2. She can pressurize him. Loops wise, he's a funny one for loops, because he's got a kind of, because he's dancing, he's always dancing, he's got that floating hurt box. So sometimes you get 2 reps, sometimes you get 3. It's really quite strange how it hits with him. He's obviously, she's RSF bait, he can RSF her. But it's one of those matchups, isn't it, where you always have to play the way Fuerte wants you to play against him. He's just such a unique character. You
can't force him to stick in any spot because of his mobility.
Yeah, she can keep him out pretty well. But it's a matchup where I like to rush him down. If I'm put in a position where I'm having to guess when he runs at me, then I'll just use jump back heavy kick. In certain situations it avoids the EX guacamole as well because she jumps back pretty far, and that's the only thing he can really do. He has to guess that you're going to do jump back heavy kick and then run stop EX guacamole, or so yeah, you just got to it's also more about playing the person with Fuerte sometimes as well, and just being really, really drilled with your punishes, like really drilled. you know, block splash. What are your options? What do you want to do? Block EXQ bomb. He's punishable so hard by all his stuff. On paper, you would think, why does he do any of it?
Here we go. I got Pro Fluke versus Valmaster coming up on the stream for you guys. We can take a look here.
I think Luke won the first 1 or 2 or 3, and then Val downloaded him and took the set. If it's the one I'm thinking of. Oh, is this in tournament? Actually, this is something different. This is quite early on, actually. I always say with Luke, you never beat him the first time.
I'm going to mute myself for just a few moments. I'll be right back.
No problem. And for Fuerte, you said it wasn't as bad. You preferred Chun-Li, Cammy. So it sounds like maybe 5.5, like slight advantage, where Cammy has the 6 in your opinion.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what it sounds like to me.
I don't know whether I've seen this one actually. This is kind of very early on.
Yeah, I want to play Pro Fluke. I need to get some Fuerte to come beat me up on stream for maybe like a few hours straight and just make me salty so I can learn how to fight him properly.
So every time I used to go and play offline, it would be me and Luke. So you can imagine I'd have to travel quite far to play offline. So you can imagine me practicing Chun-Li, wanting to play some footsies, having to travel like 300-400 miles to fight an El Fuerte.
Doesn't sound like fun to me, I'll be honest.
No. It was so disappointing. Turn up and find out that my opponent was Luke. But you know, I convinced him to pick up Rufus so that I could at least try and play some footsies with him.
You can do some Street Fighter stuff.
Yeah, can we play Street Fighter, please? Not Fuerte Street Fighter.
And I know T3's been waiting for this one.
Well, right before we get to Gen, of course. But funnily enough, first time I ever played Dominion, he played me with El Fuerte. I didn't know who he was. He sandbagged me and then he 6-0'd me in grand finals of that tournament. Never forget that. With Guile, of course, in the grand finals.
His real shit.
That guy throws sonic booms faster than anyone I've ever seen.
He's unbelievable. He's so good.
No, he's sure he's
got
so weird.
Did they give him a different charge time?
Just him. It was his stick.
He's got the Zeus modifier, where the game is just different for him specifically.
Mm-hmm.
He's tapped into the code. Let me pull that up.
Gen.
Yeah, Gen is interesting because I did see. I'm trying to pull up the infiltration match. I mean, not infiltration. Shen versus Battlemaster. I believe is on YouTube. I'm trying to find it now. But what do you think? I'm assuming Chun-Li beats him, but
I think she does, but slightly. I really think it's just because if you do get a punish and like you get loops or something like that off of it, high damage, high stun. Like he has low stun, he doesn't have high health.
Yep.
I think that's where she gains the slight advantage because I think they contest each other in the footsies department.
She can infinite him in the corner crouching. So she hits him crouching with crouch fierce. He's done to stun in the corner. She can.
Hold on, we got cool esports poses here. Sorry, look at this.
She can ultra crouch medium punch hands at max range if he doesn't FADC it to make it safe. There are a few characters that can do that actually. If he badly spaces crouch medium punch hands, she can ultra it. His setups can be very, very confusing, very hard to deal with, and the stand medium punch, like you say, can counter hit into itself.
It's a fantastic move. This is a fantastic normal. Yeah.
It's a setup. It's not. Gen's not a character where I will throw out a lot of EX.
Oh, he wouldn't poison against Valmaster.
Like, yeah.
Hold on. Does he always go poison against Valmaster?
Because he knows it's like.
Let's check 2014.
Yeah, you said poison's advantage over Chun versus Gen having a slight disadvantage. So
yeah, poison doesn't have to try as hard to beat Chun.
Yeah, no, it's looking like that's what he played. I don't think he's played. Hold on, let me see if we can find one. No, this is Street Fighter 4, Street Fighter 5, the forbidden one.
Yeah, I don't think.
Wow, he straight up didn't play it.
Yeah, makes sense to me.
Switched again. But yeah, it's certainly poison against Chun. It's just why.
Wow. So that sounds like 6-4. Shen don't even want to play it. I'm
I can see
He
good.
that.
does okay. Like, I'm not going to say it's not horrendous for him. Like, if
No,
you're,
I
No,
know
it could be
5.5.
6'4" and not be terrible. And I think people often get 6'4" and they get offended. You know, my character beats your character 6'4", and to some people that means it feels like 7'3" emotionally. It's like, bro, like I just think my character has a slight advantage, is all. You know, or a clear advantage is 6'4". You know.
yeah, 6'4", not an unwinnable matchup by any stretch. Like, the Gen jump-ins, you have to hold that and kind of not reversal it, because they are safe cross-ups, safe mix-ups. A lot of the time, especially from knockdowns like sweep or, you know, hands into sweep. He's got some nasty setups. You know, I've played a bunch against Big Fall, who was again a player from Scotland, used to play a lot. I've played Vertigo, who's again player over here, plays on PS4. He has got all of the setups. He's got that stupid cross-up Ultra 1 thing that he does off a forward throw. He's got those crazy cross-up ogre setups from knockdown. So he's quite tricky. He's very, very tricky. You can't jump at him really, even though he doesn't have the best anti-airs, but he's got that kind of double jumping heavy kick, which does a lot of damage. Anti-airing him is very easy. But as I mentioned before, it's the whole mix-up after you anti-air him, because her anti-air doesn't do a lot of damage against Gen. So he can jump in, she can anti-air him with crouch medium punch, and then he's right in front of her. So she gets quite an interesting combo on Gen that she doesn't get against anybody else, which is if she catches him crouching mid-screen, she can combo loops into fireball back medium kick. Because the fireball hits super meaty in the combo, so you can actually combo into the back medium kick. It's pretty cool, stylish combo.
That sounds really cool. Yeah, I really like that normal and that target combo.
Yeah,
The back medium kick one. Yeah.
Yeah, she gets three on him, 4 on him crouching. One of the characters where she gets more reps on him crouching mid-screen. She gets 2 on him standing. And it obviously his reversal DP sucks pretty bad. It's safe jump bait.
Yeah.
He's still got a good backdash though, and his sweeps arguably got longer range than Chun's. His sweeps are really annoying, and he gets such good setups off it as well.
Actually, I like to do something I think you had brought up earlier. His backdash is good. I'll just mash backdash. I'll just backdash and just backdash again and get out. We'll go back to neutral. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, she can OS his backdash. Sweep. But does he go further if he's in a different stance on backdash, or is it the same?
I don't believe so. I think they're the same.
Yeah.
Actually, that I don't know for sure.
That's a good question. I never even thought to
It's not
check
something
that.
I've never even thought.
I think it's probably the same.
Totally
I think you
different, but I
might.
think it's the same. Yeah.
You might notice it. Here's a character I think that, as a whole, the player base is not good. So it's hard to really to know how you do against the character. How does Chun-Li do against Makoto? And are there any Makotos nearby that you have experience with? Because she's such a rare character to find at that level where you're like, man, this guy knows how to play Street Fighter.
Yeah, unfortunately, when I used to play V-Ryu, I was a Kami main, so I never got to experience the Makoto bullying as Chun. And it's a matchup where Kami does so well against Makoto. I'll very rarely take Chun. I play a regular Makoto on Xbox. You know, I don't think Chun does as well as I think she does in that matchup. Makoto is so explosive. I think Makoto does alright against Chun, you know. But like you say, with the player base, I really haven't played a high level Makoto.
Yeah, and it's just hard to find the ones who are gonna stick to the strategy and be optimal and do all that stuff. Most of them can hit you like a truck and can mix you up and do those things, but it's no different than, you know, let's say an Ibuki who has just one set of tools, you know. And once you sort through that, because you're a technical player and you understand the game, they have nothing left after that, and that's the problem I see with a lot of Makotos. But when I do fight the strong ones, the ones that are doing axe kick close to the ground, they're canceling normals into Kraksa cancels, card command grabs. Like, it's a beautiful thing when you find them. But I do still think she struggles. They did buff her, but I think the player base is still a little behind. But there are some exceptional Makotos out there, and hopefully I can find them.
Yeah,
but
I've yet to find them. I think maybe they've all gone. But I've picked her up recently. I've been reading the Rindu Khan Bible. I've actually had to try and develop memory techniques to remember all her setups. She has so many, and obviously you can't just keep using the same one. So you've got to kind of rotate your setups. These different setups, but it's interesting, and I feel she's a character that will kind of broaden my Street Fighter game in the way that she doesn't play traditional footsie. She is pretty much, when Street Fighter 5 came out, I said every character is Makoto, because that's pretty much.
Wow, did you see this punish on the stream? Did I have that up?
Yeah.
Good
that,
lord, do not do anything against this woman.
I played against Despair a bunch when he was playing Makoto. Despair was a very, very good Makoto, but obviously back then I was a Kami main as well. He used to give my Kami troubles, so Despair, really, really good guy. I think he's still around actually. I don't see him play Street Fighter 4 a whole lot. Yeah, Makoto. I'm going to say that's probably one of my most unknowledgeable matchups, just because
you don't see her that often.
Yeah, I don't see her. I haven't played a higher level enough Makoto. Yeah, I know that the Makoto that I do play, though, I do know that Chun gets loads of reps on her because I'm constantly doing them.
She is kind of boxy as a woman character.
Yeah, a little wide.
So we'll leave that. We'll leave that until X comes back. He did mute himself. Hopefully he's all right. We'll come back to that. Oh, he's back. Oh my God, clutch! Just built the bar. So we're EX canceling to your opinion on Makoto. We just spent 2 bars. What do you got for us?
I'm going to say 6-4.
Yeah, I think Chun wins 6-4.
6-4 clean.
It's a very unknowledgeable 6-4.
Yeah, I mean, if Makoto gets the mix going, yeah, it can be difficult, but
that's not special, I guess. That's just her in general.
That's just the character. Yeah, I mean, if you're playing the neutral, Chun is wreck Makoto all day.
Okay, so we have that. We got a few left. We're almost done here. Let's go into another popular character. I mean, Ibuki with the knockdown. Is bird kick enough? Is the neutral enough? No, bird kick is not enough to do super jump light kick. Okay, so what do we got here, X? Talk to me.
It can, like, it just gets stuffed. Like, bird kick gets stuffed by, like, the most random things. Like, Ibuki requires no setup to even stuff EX bird kick. Like, she could just do jump light kick cross up and it stuffs bird kick.
That's not fun. Brainless Ibuki jumps? I'll pass. Thank you.
So what I tend to do in that match is I keep Ibuki at stand strong range because it's easy to whip punish her buttons with stand strong, and you get a lot of mileage off of it. And if you're really good at hit confirming, you can get the legs after that as well.
You get EX legs after that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right. Look at that. We got Tokido versus Sako at Evo. I mean, I'm going to assume Tokido won because as much as I love Sako, Tokido is a half percenter, a 0.1% player. And Sako is like just a 1%er to me. He's great, but Tokido is truly Street Fighter 4. What a problem this guy was.
I play Ibuki a bunch. Play on frame a lot.
Okay, yeah.
There's a few other real high level Ibukis.
I played him a few times and I did beat him in, but I'm not going to count that against him because it's a cross the pond connection.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I am a lot more inexperienced in that matchup with Chun than I am with Kami. As Chun, you have to press a lot less buttons as Ibuki. You have to kind of hold it a lot more. You have to be able to deal with the kunai mix-ups. But at the same time, if I want to escape the kunai mix-ups, I feel like Chun's defense is okay for that. I wouldn't use the spinning bird kick because, as previously said, it does get stuffed a lot. I will try to take minimal damage in those situations. So I might mash backdash. Because if I mash backdash and I get hit by a kunai when I'm in the air, it will just air reset me. And in a lot of those situations, I will just try to take minimal damage to get out of the situation. Focus backdash, focus forward dash. If the setup's very obvious, then I'll try to block the kunai. Ibuki can use a lot of tools in footsies to keep Chun away. She can use the spin kicks, but the spin kicks are punishable on block by EX legs. Is it the light spin kicks? I think one of them is. She can use one of them and it's safe. You can actually,
safe, I think.
Yeah, you can punish the spin kicks on whiff with Chun's standing heavy kick. So if the Ibuki is using the spin kicks to keep you out, because those spin kicks have a lot of range, you can use standing heavy kick to punish it. If the Ibuki tries jumping in with kunai, then focus is your answer. So if she jumps in from neutral with a kunai, then you just hold focus, absorb the kunai, and get the crumple. Chun has a real dodgy setup from forward throw on Ibuki, where you do forward throw, dash, jump in, heavy kick. And if Ibuki holds back to block, it will hit her cross up. If she doesn't press anything, it will completely whiff. It's a really strange setup. I get a lot of Ibukis with it because they hold back.
Seems like that Ryu corner setup where he jumps in with hard punch.
Yeah, it's really strange.
It hits cross up.
I mean, Ibuki's, we got to talk about Ibuki's crouching medium punch. It's got like, what, a zillion active frames.
Yeah, it's really good.
It's an annoying tool to deal with in footsies. You can stick it out, OS it into neck breaker, then you're dealing with problems after that. She's a very high tier character. I don't think I would ever say that Chun wins that matchup.
I don't think Chun wins.
I think that she has a better defense than someone like Cammy. I feel a lot more comfortable when I get knocked down as Chun than I would as any other character. Just because the backdash is so good. But maybe I would say it was maybe 5-5. Maybe 5.5 Ibuki, 4.5 Chun.
Yeah.
She gets a pretty good punish on a blocked EX DP.
Oh yeah.
She can do double jump and fierce into stomps if she wants. Or
okay. I thought Ian made a mistake there, so he was going for a big punish.
Yeah.
Interesting. I mean, if you struggle as Chun-Li in this matchup, learn DJ. This is definitely a viable option for this matchup.
I mean, I like the matchup as Chun.
Interesting. Okay.
I wouldn't say I like it.
I was gonna say, X, you don't sound happy about this one.
I can deal with it. I wouldn't say I like it.
Ooh, is he gonna? Oh no, ends up getting chipped out.
I like it because in order to get in, Ibuki has to engage in neutral. She doesn't have a fireball. And I like playing the footsies game with Chun where the character has to get past your neutral in order to get in on you. So that's why I don't mind the matchup. You do have to play it pretty defensively as Chun, but you can play tippy tappy. You just have to be careful of things like the crouch medium punch into neck breaker. The slide's pretty annoying as well because if she hits you on later active frames, she can combo out of it. And that overhead, as slow as it is annoying as hell to deal with. But Chun can OS her crouch tech with buttons to beat that.
Jab is typically the one that if I see an Ibuki doing that, I'm just gonna hit jab.
Yeah, but I'd say maybe 5.5 Ibuki, 4.5 Chun. But it is you've got to be good on the defense against her.
Yeah, definitely want to get popped open because, like Yipe says, it's definitely straight Pringles. You get opened up by a Ibuki, it's neck breaker to neck breaker. So if you're fighting that matchup, start there. Learn how to deal with neck breaker and what the left right is on that. But
yeah,
it's a lot of options she has off of that too. She can mix up kunai, she can go early and go low. It's tough. I can see bird kick not being enough, especially when it doesn't take a setup to beat it either.
Yeah, and she stays grounded on it as well. So, like, sometimes when she gets hit early in the bird kick, she'll stay grounded, which means she's even more damage on the punish. If you're going to try and get out of the situation, at least make her airborne so she gets air reset so that you can backdash away and get out of the situation.
No, that makes sense.
Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to stay the whole time. I have to go in about 20 minutes to pick up my wife from work.
No problem.
I think we're winding down. We shouldn't have too much left, to be honest.
Alright, so we got a 5 on Ibuki.
Just cranked her some of these.
Evenish.
5.5.
5.5, yeah.
5.5. Okay, you both said 5.5, so that makes sense. In Ibuki's favor, or Chun.
Yes, in Ibuki's favor.
Alright, so 4.5 on this list. Alright, Guy, you want to just throw out a number real quick so we can recap? I don't know. How would he fight? How does he fight her?
I think
so
it's 6'4".
Yeah, 6'4" Chun. I think the low profile, the crouch medium kick works really well. So she can low profile the elbow drop with crouch medium punch or crouch medium kick.
You can also ultra the elbow drop on reaction.
Yeah. She can punish the overhead flip kick with 2 crouch and light kicks, stand light punch into sweep.
And even with as much range that max distance runs slide FADC gives, I posted a link in the Discord there. You're getting hit with Hosinka, and that's the whole reason I rocked Hosinka in this match.
The key with Guy when I fight, I'm not going to say I'm the most knowledgeable on this matchup, and I'm trying to learn it. And there's a really good Guy player that I play with on Xbox who's kind of showing me more about the matchup as I learn it. I'm learning to not necessarily challenge his jump-ins as hard as I usually do, because he can drop short. He can do the command into the Azuna drop. He can.
Well, yeah, I mean, you could use that one, but the one I did was specifically in a match, and it's against Guy. If you link,
hold on, how far up is it?
It's all the way down at the bottom. I just
bottom.
put it in the. Yeah, I just put it in our chat.
Got it.
So
against DCB. DCB just followed today, so let me open this up.
Yeah.
I don't tend to challenge his jump-ins as much, or if I'm going to try and get away.
I mean, that's only one.
What I do
and it's hard to
is
fucking
run
land
stop
on
pressure.
third strike.
So
oh wait, he got it with the backdash.
if he's doing
Wow,
run stop,
that is the
he
reason why
can't ever be better than -1, I think.
Nice.
I think Nebs was saying in the Rich Discord the other day.
Yeah,
He did -1 or -2. He can't ever be better than that after run
I
stop
don't know
pressure.
what to tell you, sir.
So
I mean,
you have to challenge that. You
anyways,
can't
back
let
to
him
the
get
match,
away
please.
with run stop stuff. He can make the shoulder safe. He can turn the shoulder into a frame trap. Crouching medium kick, like with Yun, crouching medium kick can stuff the shoulder before it hits you. She gets 3 reps on him. 2 reps into medium kick spinning bird actually does more damage as well. She has safe jump setups versus his EX Tatsu, where you can, because it's 4 frames, but you can actually safe jump him and then neutral jump. And if he does reversal EX Tatsu, you kind of both fly up together and you don't get hit by it. He's a very explosive character. You have to be careful. If you get caught in the corner and you haven't got any meter, then it can be very bad.
Underrated punish game from Guy.
Yeah.
His frame traps they're really weird to deal with.
Yeah.
He might be hovering close to A tier for me. Might be hovering close. I think he's definitely at least BB plus.
I don't know. B, sure. I don't know that I'd put him A tier because his jump is incredibly floaty. Just like
close to, not A, definitely not A, but close to. I think he's flying under some radars.
We don't have any guys that are on the Mark Teddy level.
Yeah, we had a couple in America who were definitely more than serviceable. So alright, we got 3 left. Let's just run through them real quick. Jury. I think Jury's on my overrated list, but maybe in terms of matchups, she might end up higher. So
I think Jury
sure.
beats Chun-Li.
Really?
Jury.
Yeah.
She can outzone her. She can keep her out very well.
Yep.
The Ultra one is
can't trade
incredibly
with
scary.
Yeah, you can't really trade with her fireballs either because hers are coming on the ground and she recovers before you.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that.
And yeah, freaking Feng Shui engine is very scary. It's Chun-Li.
When you're fighting a competent jury, and you know that when they pop that Ultra 1, you are potentially losing your entire life on one mix-up. It's scary as hell. It's almost scary as fighting a Chun-Li that can loop you.
No, I definitely understand that. As it definitely changes, it changes the matchup. You know what I mean? If you're able to dish out real damage.
And there's not a lot that, outside of EX spinning bird kick, there's not really a lot that Chun-Li can do against the Feng Shui engine. She just has to hold that and try and block everything, and blocking the overhead.
It's like trying to get her. It's like trying to get Hakan to run out of oil. You gotta wait it out.
Yeah, and if you backdash and she forward dash when she's got Feng Shui engine, her forward dash is better than your backdash. So she's just gonna catch you. You're trying to get away from someone who's just right in your face all the time. It's very difficult. You have to play Jury's game. You have to go to her. She can zone Chun-Li very, very well. She does decent damage versus Chun. Chun gets 3 reps on the loops against Jury, or 2 reps into medium kick spinning bird. Pretty standard. Yeah, it's pretty standard. Like loop damage. Yeah, I would agree. I mean, I don't think it's absolutely terrible, but what would you say? What 6-4 Jury or 5.5, 4.5 Jury?
Worse 6-4.
6-4.
Yeah, I put a 4 on the list. It sounded. I mean, I wasn't expecting her to have all those options and deal with it, but thinking about how DJ interacts with Fireballs versus Chun-Li, because I feel like he's a well-rounded charge character in terms of like options. So I always look at him and see how he deals with it, and try to see if the other charge characters can do something similar. And she does not have the things that he does well against Jury with at all. So I could see her struggling. Like if I were to pick her up, like, wait, I would do this to get through that, and I don't have that. What am I doing now? You know what I mean? It's a Street Fighter matchup. It's a strictly Street Fighter matchup, though. You know, like you're playing more honest too, because she's gonna have Feng Shui, like you said. Damn, I was not expecting that. Not a 4-6 like that, but all right, maybe Jury's better than I think.
We'll see. Alian picked up Jury towards the end of Ultra.
That should say something.
Jury.
And he doesn't pick anybody who's not good, so I don't know.
She is. I don't think her potential got explored even when.
He got the top 8 Evo. I think he was just beating people though. I wasn't really blown away. I think he was just playing very well. I don't think it was Jury stuff, you know. And now we got 2 characters left. We got Sakura, and then my pick for best in the game, Seth. Let's just go with Sakura first. Sakura, how are you dealing with jump fierce and jump roundhouse? Like, come on.
Stand medium kick.
Really?
It's 6-4 for me. It's 6-4 Chun.
I think Chun wins that.
I played Jingo a whole bunch. You know, I've pretty comfortably dealt with him offline and online.
Mm-hmm.
I don't struggle at all as Chun in that matchup. Pretty experienced.
Yeah, and if you got, and Sakura can't really just throw buttons out on Chun. Like a lot of Sakuras like to use stand roundhouse just in the neutral. That's like the easiest button to whip punish with Chun. And you can use your own stand roundhouse to whip punish it.
Wow.
She finds it so difficult to get in.
Not even the jump tatsu, because jump tatsu's problematic.
Nope.
You can focus
and you can stand medium kick it.
Yeah.
Wow.
So the jump tatsu, yeah, you're right. It does alter the jump arc, but you can focus it, or you can just kind of dash under it and reset the distance. Sakura finds it very difficult to get in on Chun. Stand medium kick just deals with the jump ins. Chun, well, she doesn't get that many loops on Sakura. She doesn't need to. Sakura's always trying to get in, and she just can't. She probably finds it. It's probably one of her most difficult matchups, along with like trying to get in on characters. She struggles to get in on characters like Guile as well, where she struggles to get in on him. But yeah, when she does get in, wow!
It's rough.
If she lands, like honestly, if Jingo lands a low forward on me, I'm eating back-to-back unblockables into death. Like, I'm dead. If he knocks me down with one, I'm dead.
Oh, I didn't know it was like that. Damn. Unblockables? What is it? Is it roundhouse or fierce she's using?
So she's got hard blockables, yeah. So she's got one frame tap unblockables. So she can corner carry is very good. Okay, so she will combo into maybe EX Tatsu into a setup in the corner where it's an unblockable jump fierce. The only way out is to do wake up EX Tatsu, wake up EX Azanshu. But she can OS her jumping fierce if she feels like an EX Hazanshu's coming. When you fight Sakura as well, you have to learn to do delayed quick rise. So if Sakura knocks you down with a heavy DP or a low forward into medium DP and she goes for a safe jump, you have to learn to mix up your quick rise to throw her off her game. Chun gets away very easily. Sakura cannot punish Chun's backdash without making a read. She can't OS it really well. To OS it with DP is very risky. It can go wrong very easily. Chun can actually backdash and recover and block the DP. So Sakura has to make a read. And as Chun-Li in that matchup, I'm just mashing backdash when Sakura gets close to me.
Without even thinking, you're just, I'm backdashing. I don't need to be here. This is not good. Wow.
Yeah, I'm mashing backdash so hard that some of the Sakuras I play would just raw EXDP on my wake up.
I mean, I can't blame. It's so effective though, based on what you're saying. So I can't blame you for wanting to do that.
Yeah.
And they can't always EXDP. You're gonna spend your bar just to take that. That just leads to a setup. You should have comboed into EX Tatsu. That's not a viable.
It doesn't even stop
strategy.
me backdashing. Yeah,
I can't blame you either. I'd do it too. All right, you just lost the bar, and guess what? I'm doing it again. How discouraging. All right, and then
so 6-4 for me. Yeah.
And the last matchup, before we do a quick recap, I pulled it up here. I think Seth's the best character in the game. To me, his only flaw is human error. How does Chun-Li interact with Seth?
7-3, Seth favor.
she beats Chun. She does beat Chun. He does beat Chun. She cannot anti-air him. She cannot anti-air him at all. Like, he jumps for absolute free against her. Like, honestly, you can't ever really challenge him. You can't go air to air because he has jumping medium punch. You can't.
Even then, most of the time, the air to air dive kick beats your air challenge.
Yep, you can't. Like, mixing up of the dive kick versus the regular jump in. You've just got to get out. When he jumps at you, you've got to get out of there. Which makes the matchup horrendous because you're constantly playing that game of, when he's at the neutral range, will he jump, will he tandem, or will he press a poke? And if he jumps at me, I'm going to have to focus backdash. So I'm going to have to give up ground. But she does do some horrendous damage on him, and he has got low life, but yeah, you're right. Seth is still one of the best characters in the game. Maybe I wouldn't say he's the best, but his options are just crazy. Like, you can't pressure him on wake up. Why would you as Chun? Risk reward is not in your favor.
He'll TP.
You just have to hope he makes a mistake. You can punish his stretchy arms on block with Ultra 1.
Ultra 1, yep. It's a one frame punish.
You can down forward light kick his dive kick at certain ranges, far ranges.
Tatsu to beat the dive, Vivi.
But it is, the risk reward is just, it's not worth it. Yeah, the EX spinning bird does work great sometimes as an anti-air. You just don't know whether he's going to do regular jumping or dive kick, so he can change the timing. Yeah, it's a horrible matchup. I hate it. I hate the matchup. I hate fighting Seth.
I can't stand it. Even an average Seth player can give a good Chun-Li player a hard time.
Okay. I'd rather fight a really good poison than a bad Seth.
Oh. Put that one. Make a quote of that one, T3. That's pretty bad.
I think Seth is her worst match.
I mean, according to the list, it is. We only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 bad matchups out of 44 characters, and the rest are mostly green over black, with a total of 241.5.
Wow.
Outperforming the next highest character by 12.5 points. That's a lot, considering most matchups only differ by 1 point.
But you haven't done everybody yet. Yeah, you've only done like what, 4, 5?
Are you looking at this green? Hold on, let me bring this up. I don't think you need to see
No,
this.
but I mean,
Look at it.
But how,
Yeah,
I'm
this
like
is the fourth one.
I'm like
This is the
Bird Box.
fourth
I'm
one.
holding the guy's head up to
Yeah.
the screen, like, look at it.
there is a lot of green. Maybe we're being a little bit too generous.
Are you being generous? I mean, this is your last chance, man, because X has got to go. I mean,
These are just the way that we feel about these things.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, the
of course.
populace might feel differently.
no, but
That's
you
the
guys
two
have
things
the
we're gonna
skill,
see. Like at the end of this whole thing is when the chart is all filled out, we'll get to look down the vertical columns and see what the other players think of each character.
Yeah.
And then we're definitely looking forward to circling back. There's gonna be some that are controversial that we'd love to like bring up again and talk about.
Yeah, I would love for somebody who thinks it's 6'4" their character and somebody who thinks it's 6'4" their character to sit and talk, even if it's for a little bit, if they're close enough to play it out and see like what's actually happening here. Is it because you guys haven't fought each other, somebody who's that good? Or
Maybe.
is it something you guys know about the matchup that some other people don't because of your experience, And it's always going to be interesting to see, but we're definitely going to have to circle back because I know when I listen to DJ, there's going to be some disagreements and people aren't going to like some of the things I say. There's a lot of 6'4s that people aren't going to like that I'm going to say are even, and I would love to play them.
Yeah.
But it's going to be great to see these vertical lists. I think Adon is going to be maybe lower, but I think Abel's going to be higher on the vertical. I think more people are afraid of Adon that the players might give him credit for. But Kiyoma was convincing in his assessment of the character and the matchups. So it's going to be hard for me to listen to anybody, or the vertical list is going to be hard for me to believe, considering what I believe Kiyoma did on the podcast. But we'll see, because Chun-Li, people haven't fought Chuns of your skill level. You know what I mean? People haven't fought
What
Chuns
did
that
he
are
rate
doing loops.
what did he say the Abel Chun matchup was?
Abel Chun-Li, he says slight disadvantage for Abel. I think it's the explosiveness, and he might have had tech as well.
So what did he say? It was 5.5, 4.5?
Yeah, 5.5, 4.5 in Chun's favor.
Okay.
So he actually rated it closer than you guys.
Yeah.
And what did we say? 6.4?
6.4.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean that's close.
Yeah. Pretty spot on.
Yeah, it's not, I think when we sit down, we're going to see some interesting numbers, and I'll make some notes of who to have on, because there's definitely going to be some more character-specific matchups I want to talk about. And quick thing,
Yeah.
the mirror match. What ultra are you picking in the mirror match?
I use one.
Double.
use
Double.
Ultra.
That's the first time WashedUp has said double today. And he
Yeah,
said it in the mirror
I use
match.
Ultra 1.
Ultra 1. Is there a punish you're looking for there, or is it just...
You can punish fireballs, you can punish Hazanshu
Hazanshu on block or on reaction? Okay.
on reaction.
So I'm using double because I have, obviously, a big thing in the mirror is getting super with Chun, because you can punish Chun sweep with super, and we all know that Chun loves to throw out sweep. Chun can infinite Chun in the corner, and you'll see it in the first game of this match. So in the first game of this match, I think Kojiro catches Valmaster in the corner with the crouching infinite. Yeah, the sweep, you need to be able to punish the sweep. The match is a very, very turtle match. I heard somebody say once, first person to jump in this matchup is usually the first person to lose. If you're Chun-Li and you jump first, then you lose this matchup.
Oh man, it's looking like it.
Yeah, it's this matchup is pretty much how many times you can press standing medium punch as Chun-Li.
Excellent punish by Valmaster.
And nobody knows how to punish a Hazanshu better than a Chun-Li player, because do you know what? We keep telling people how to do it,
Calm
and
down.
nobody does it. No one does it, right? So we keep telling people, this is how you punish Hazanshu. You focus through it, and you punish. And no one does it.
We're just set out of range.
Yeah.
I wish there
So
were more
we,
punishes like that available in the game, though.
Oh, gentlemen, thank you so much for having me. But
Thanks so much for being here.
No, thanks, X, for coming by. I appreciate your input, man. We'll definitely talk to you soon.
Yep, see you guys.
Absolutely. Later.
And here's the infinite.
Damn, that easy. Boom.
Yep.
Delay.
It's literally crouch fierce fireball, crouch fierce legs, crouch fierce fireball, crouch fierce legs. She gets the same on Gen, and she gets the same on Chun-Li. When you're learning the infinite, that is the best one to start with. just because it breaks up crouch fierce legs, and you can do the crouch fierce fireball. It breaks it up a little bit.
Damn, so there's only
Agreed.
one
Yeah.
match if you're counter picking.
S tier, infinite.
I'm just so
Yeah.
amazed at this list though, because this really reflects kind of what Bunch was saying, where he's like, yo, I really think Chun-Li's the best, and I don't know how many characters are gonna do better than this based on numbers. The only characters I could see right now, probably Elena probably has some real 7-3s that are gonna bring her score up higher than yours. I see that one. I see Akuma probably being higher.
Yep.
Just because he's gonna have a lot of easy, maybe a lot of easy 6-4s because of knockdown stuff people can't deal with. And maybe Seth having a lot of 7-3s.
I think Poison is gonna have a strong
Poison
matchup.
too with the zoning, yeah. If you don't have good
Poison,
anti-fireball stuff, yeah.
I think Poison loses to Seth. If that's anything to go by. So yeah, Seth definitely. Akuma agreed. Poison, yep. Maybe some of the other kind of A-tier, traditional A-tier Vortex characters are going to have some good matchups.
Up there.
Yep.
I'm curious to see though, because I'm sure some Yuns. Man, I think Yun just goes through a lot of people mentally.
Yep.
So I feel like when they fight him, it's already a loss, and I'm not sure how he does against characters as much as he does against players. So I'm interested in hearing some technical things about Yun, because I play a little Yun, but my Yun's not technical. My Yun's more raw. Like, I'm just gonna get in, I'm gonna do Yun stuff, and I'm gonna have a good time, and you're not. But yo, 241.5. Nah, there's no way, man. And who's the best rated character so far on the vertical? Who's this? 25.5, 26.5? Balrog? Balrog's getting whooped. No, I'm looking for low numbers on this one. Low numbers on this side. 17.5 on Adon. I don't know, man. I don't know. I honestly cannot wait to keep doing these characters. I can't wait to work with more people, because I'm curious to see what the most obscure characters are. Even some of the popular characters. Like, I'm sure there's some misconceptions I have about Ryu's whole matchup chart that will be interesting, and I wonder how many Ryu players are going to agree with everybody, considering, you know, if you're a real Ryu main, you know as much as your opponent does, because if you've been playing the game as long as we have, you know the Ryu matchup. So I respect any Ryu player. Could never main him.
I'm very interested in the Hakan matchup spread.
Oh yeah, we got a good guess for Hakan. I cannot wait to do Hakan too. That's going to be a lot of learning. I could see us running over on that one, because there's just so much technical things I don't understand. What really makes this character tick, you know, and the strategy involved with the oil, you know what I mean? And are there matches where the oil isn't as critical, you know what I mean, where I can play some neutralized Hakan and I'll be okay? And are there matches where if I don't have oil, it's a nightmare? And I can't wait to see what he does. I want to see Jury as well, because I have a lot of misconceptions about her. And I want to see Rose. I think Rose is overrated. Rose and Rolento I want to see too. These are my overrated tier characters. I just want to see what they actually do, because I see them being more annoying than they are good. And annoying is more of a you thing than a game thing. You know what I mean? You don't fix that by, you know, going to the lab always. Sometimes you have to adjust your thinking. And I feel like those characters make you do that. And it's not in such a polarizing way where, like, hey, if you fight El Fuerte, that's polarizing. You have to completely change how you think about Street Fighter to approach him, right? Whereas Rolento and Rose are more traditional Street Fighter characters. They're more Street Fighter-esque, but they're still challenge you to think differently. And I think that hopefully we'll see that. But I want to know what the Rolento players think. I wonder if they disagree or agree with me. I would love to talk to them about it. T3, what do you think Rolento players think about their own character? Are they in love with their own offense? Is it like Ibuki with their blood drunk?
I don't think so. No, I don't think you could play that character and have any misconception about how strong he is. Like, you're gonna get blown the fuck up on defense all the time. So I don't think there's any arguments to be made on that front. I think it's gonna be a lot of
buttons. They just like buttons.
Matches where he can do that stuff, he's gonna do well in, and matches that like rushdown characters who can be offensive in a strong way are gonna give him a lot of trouble.
Nobody that mains Rolento doesn't have a character that they play that they take more seriously.
Oh, 100.
Is
Oh,
that
yeah,
the
I play
screw
Rolento.
Rolento thing?
Definitely not even my secondary.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
no, I did not know that, the universal truth of Relentos. That is actually hilarious.
It's like I'll use my Relento, and when you stop me pressing buttons, I'll use my real character.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Knowledge check.
Relento's
Do you know
like-
how to beat this? No?
Yeah.
Alright then.
Oh no, now you revealed my second form. I'm gonna take my mask off. Alright,
And I feel with Chun-Li as well, like, when I picked up Chun-Li, somebody said to me when I first picked her up that she is very, very good at everything in this game, but she is the master of nothing. So she can play every style in the game. She's not she doesn't particularly excel in one area, and you have to be able to adapt your play to focus on the areas that she is good at in the matchups that matter. And coming from a Cammy player who could play one way against the majority of the cast, learning Chun-Li and having to learn to play like as a turtle style Chun-Li, as a slightly more offensive style Chun-Li, as an extremely offensive Chun-Li, it definitely opened my game up a lot.
No, I definitely agree with you. I think after playing DJ for several years straight without touching another character, and then hopping to other characters, I learned so much more about the game and about myself as a player by playing those characters and learning that I can execute some of these things. They might not pay off as much as other characters I learned them from, but the skills are still very valuable. So I definitely could see that happening with Chun-Li and her depth. Well, I'm about to jump into this PC real quick. Hold on.
While we have, just because like we're gonna kind of transition into you playing, just want to let everybody know all our previous episodes are up on our YouTube now.
Nice.
Finished getting that done today, actually while we were in here.
Too legit to
I'm
quit.
gonna jump off if that's okay.
No, that's fine.
Absolutely.
man.
Thank
I
you so
appreciate
much
my
for
help,
joining
man.
us.
Thanks very much. Thanks for inviting me. If you want me back to talk about Cammy, I can come back. I've got a little bit of Cammy knowledge.
No, absolutely. I'm working on getting some Cammy guests. We're working on getting all the characters, trying to schedule as far ahead as possible. The goal is to do Hakan in 2 weeks, so hopefully we see you guys there. If not, we're trying to get something scheduled for next Saturday as well. But I want to do more of this, but it's tough. You know, we got international guests, and it's people have lives. But we're definitely gonna get this done. This is a project worth completing, and there's no stopping. Absolutely no stopping.
And
But,
we got at
thank you
least
again.
40 more episodes.
Thank you.
Oh man, T3 man, what did you learn today? What I learned in Bowdoin School is
Chun has a much stronger punish game than I mean, even outside of the loops. Like obviously the loops, you had a crutch heavy punisher doing damage, but like she actually had a lot of footsie punishes. I definitely didn't give nearly as much credit to the back medium kick as like it got brought up
it was in a lot
again.
of videos
yeah.
too. I did not understand how powerful it was. It's definitely something that if I dabble with Chun-Li again, I will start trying to use.
That was very eye-opening for me. I always like it, but it makes sense. Like I never realized, what kind of frame data it had. It reaches pretty far and it seems quick. And then they were even saying, you can confirm it. So it seems like a much stronger tool than I realized. And then of course, it just reinforced what I already knew about her super and ultra. Punishing so much stuff, and her really having that unique ability with the 2-frame super. I mean, there are a few other characters who have 2-frame supers, but nobody with the range that she has, not even close. I think Sagat and maybe Ken off the top of my head, like light kick from Sagat and light punch super from Ken are 2 frames, but what kind of horizontal range does that have, comparatively speaking?
Yeah, exactly. Like Sagat is also another character, one of those super fast super punishes, but it also doesn't send him far enough horizontally. But
exactly,
I think he
so
does
like you're not
have
catching
1 or 2
those.
frames.
Yeah, you're not catching those like far, like Chun is catching anything that's negative, and a lot of shit that's negative on hit. Like he actually brought up with Rufus. That was a good example with the crouch heavy punch. It's like that's getting punished on hit. Most characters can't do anything about that getting hit with it, but she's getting a free super for sure, maybe even ultra.
Oh, hold up, my computer encoding overload.
You overloaded the computer.
No.
Thanks everybody for joining. We had a steady like 20-25 people the whole time.
Yeah, I had some issues with the PC this morning, and then some other unexpected things, but we made it work. I'm glad we did. It was definitely a great talk. I don't think there's any other place I would have learned this much about Chun-Li.
In and out.
Oh shoot! Hold up. Oh man, hold up. Yeah, I closed a lot of programs. What's going on here? Oh man, I think it's time to call it quits. We've been on for 4 hours. I was gonna try to play some games.
Long one.
All right, guys. Thanks for tuning in. I figure out what's going on with this PC. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Thanks for tuning in. Definitely check us out on Spotify. We're on Apple Music and we're on YouTube. All right. Thanks.
YouTube, yes. Please follow the Twitter, guys. Later.